fox or
I was
something.
gonna say, well, that was a different region, though. Didn't they do that in Canada?
That's a good question.
I thought they did. I'm I'm 90% sure that like every bear we just named is modeled off of a brown bear, but I'm looking up Teddy Roosevelt to see which,
Teddy,
because he was named
Well,
after
bears
the
were
bear.
modeled after
I-
Teddy
I
Roosevelt.
have some news for you, Feck. Teddy
Yeah.
Roosevelt was a man, not a bear.
No, wait, run this by me one more time.
I know his.
Theodore Roosevelt?
I know his name is Teddy, but he's a Teddy Roosevelt, not a teddy bear. He was a man.
Wow,
The teddy bear was named after him.
correct.
He was
yeah.
like a whole ass guy.
He was like a whole human male.
Also,
Now,
would you guys-
if you saw Teddy Roosevelt in the woods and it was really dark at night, I wouldn't blame you for mistaking him for a
True,
bear.
you might mistake him for a bear.
I'd rather, if I'm alone in the woods, run across a bear trying to kill me than a Teddy Roosevelt trying to kill me.
That's fair.
Hello, welcome to
Just be
Wildfolk.
dead.
I feel like Teddy
Episode-
Roosevelt is a pursuit hunter. Also, would you guys think less of me if I told you I had a crush on Smokey the Bear?
No.
No.
No, we think it was like we think like you'd be a
Did you
hypocrite if you
Did
didn't.
you just like assume already
I just
that I
kind of
did?
assumed, yeah.
Okay,
He's only wearing a pants and a hat.
it's
Like-
true.
And they make him look like Delphi on purpose.
To add that, like, paternal guilt.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Hello, welcome to Wildfolk
Welcome
episode
to
65. We're on a boat. When we left off last time, you guys had gotten aboard the Lugrea, this Cyril merchant trade vessel. You'd gotten to know a little bit of its crew, the captain. You spent a little bit of time getting comfortable, getting Foster situated down in the cargo hold with a coffin full of things.
Excellent artist rendition of that. By the way.
Yeah, true. Thank you so much, Fair. Your work is always incredible. Fairdragon did an amazing comic of that scene. You were able to do a little bit of talking with Drajak the Red and his apprentice, Karaka. And you had a bit of a tentative plan. I don't want to give you all the credit of saying you have a plan, but you have a tentative idea of a plan, which is essentially to wait about 3 or 4 days for the ship to get to this little cape here.
I have
commandeer the
an
ship.
idea.
Yeah, an idea of a plan. Perfect. Hopefully that's enough. It's D&D. Sometimes that works. Sometimes it doesn't. But the plan is to wait about 3 days of travel for you guys to get to this, commandeer the ship, and then use it to sail out into the Grave Lily Sea to go find the Latalier Lighthouse. You guys have been at sea for about 1 day. You have slept overnight for 1 night, which means you have about 3 days until you need to enact your plan. And we're going to kind of fast forward montage through those days unless there are things you would like to do ahead of time as you were doing all this travel. And I know some of you mentioned like having some things they wanted to get done as we were doing all this planning. So you tell me, what do you guys do over these 2 or 3 days?
I want to talk to Ruko at some point
Absolutely. The world is your oyster. You have so much time. You can find Ruko.
because I don't think Kaz has ever talked to Ruko or acknowledged him alone before ever.
Why would you
They've
make
never
this
interacted once.
bespectacled rat?
Then yeah,
Um,
Ruko, where does Kaz find you?
Doesn't.
Suspended. No. I don't know. Let's say he's probably just doing his weird thing where he's like cat seeing ghosts in the corners, but he's on the ship deck. He's just like enjoying the breeze. He's chilling. He's vibing up on the deck.
Absolutely. The weather has been
Across
beautiful the past couple of days. There was a little bit of a drizzle, but otherwise it has been sunny and clear.
So I imagine Kaz kind of walks up beside you, sees you like staring off at something. Like comes up behind you at first, kind of like tries to see if he can see what you're staring at. And then he realizes this is just a cat thing. Cackles doesn't see what you're staring at either. He's confused. So I'm just gonna tap you on the shoulder. I'm like, hey, you do. You do the rituals and stuff, right? Contacting people, or is that more a back at camp sort of thing?
Well, I can do some tricks. Are you curious about something?
He'll kind of just like come up behind you, or beside you, and kind of cross his arms and stare out at the sea beside you. And he's like, "Well, I was worried before about getting too much word there that I'm coming. Them, buffering defenses or something like that. But I want to tell my brother that I'm coming to rescue him.
Ooh, let me think. That'd be good to
And I
know.
can't remember if you had anything for that, if that was more of a one of the rituals they do back at the guild to contact people.
Haruko slings his little satchel backpack thingy around to the front and he starts rummaging through it. He looks up at you and then he scoots over and there's ample space all around, but he like makes a space for you to sit. Like, sit. You're standing. I'm gonna crick my neck looking up.
Yeah. Kaz will sit down next to you, and then Cackles will hop up into Kaz's lap.
He's looking at Cackles. He gets this like grin, like doobie.
Cackles is just kind of like sitting up and tapping his little paws on the table.
Okay, let me look through my things. I wonder if I can rummage
Also-
something together.
And also, just while you're looking through your bag or book of tricks or whatever, as it were, I'm just curious: is there anything you can do with somebody else's blood?
Huh?
You put I don't want to like assume or something, but I know like witches and gypsies are good at cursing people and stuff. Sometimes maybe that's with blood or their hair or something. I don't know. I've got
I do know of magic that has a lot to do with blood, but maybe not something I'm specialized in. Let me think. Can do some harrowing, reading cards, reading chants, and he's like rummaging through his little thing. And he's like, you see like a tiny little bird skull that clatters across the ground. He snatches it up and tosses it back in the side pocket.
he just kind of like raises an eyebrow as he sees you rooting around, and you're like, you're fucking like Mary Poppins bag of like witch stuff.
It probably smells like one of those weird like little carts that roll around. They have like a animatronic fortune teller inside there and a bunch of incense. It smells funny.
But he'll just kind of like lean back, put his feet up on the table, and while you're like digging around in this bag with seemingly no clear direction to him, he just kind of casually reaches down to his waist and produces the card he's looking for from his deck immediately, because he's smooth like that.
Oh.
He just kind of pulls this card out of his Harrow deck, and it's, I can't remember which card it was, because I assumed I was under the impression that Harrow was sort of like a typical playing card deck and that there were like jokers and stuff, but I think it's closer to like a tarot thing.
It's closer
maybe?
to a tarot deck, but you can kind of flavor it whichever way you like.
Okay, I'd imagine Fane's Forbury. I can't remember. It just says playing cards.
Right, yeah.
Yes,
And
but
that's
I'd
also,
imagine
that whole thing is very closely tied to like some canonical bullshit that I don't care about, so you can take the mechanics of it and flavor it kind of however you like.
Okay, yeah, I'd imagine he does have like a tarot or harrow or whatever kind of deck it is, but he's definitely got like an actual just like playing card deck that he actually favors, and that's what he uses for like his feigns and stuff and all his tricks and whatnot. So we can we just say that it does have like standard pips and suits,
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
crowns and faces and joker cards and okay, then yeah, he pulls out a joker card from his deck, and it's the one that Drajak poked a hole through and then covered with his blood. Can you do anything with this? I really hate that guy.
When you pulled out the card and put it on the table, like what you see with your eyes is him look enthused, confused. He likes whatever this is. He thought that was sly, that was cool. But if there were subtitles to his face right now, you just courage a cowardly dog. Okay, whoa.
The things I do for love.
Feck, you might maybe help me a little with the harrowing. I don't think I can actually predict the future or track.
Yeah,
I think I must know somebody for sending dream messages.
Correct. Double checking the requirements on dream message. One creature I know by name and have met in person. Okay, so you would not be able to do that. Taking a look.
Hmm. Well, with this card, I know for sure that having the blood of someone that you're looking for or need to target with some sort of spell would be very useful. That's not my specialty, but definitely don't lose this thing. That's important.
Oh, I won't.
As for the messages, as soon as I meet someone, don't get on my bad side. I will find you in your dreams. And they do dream message spells. Very
How
useful.
very ominous.
Yeah.
Ruko, give me an occultism check.
Okay. Oh, there's this guy who was rude to me in like the younger grade. Sometimes I send him dream messages. He doesn't know it's me. I just give him weird blips of nightmare.
You really know how to hold a grudge.
Well,
Impressive.
You have spent enough time with the guild that you know that there is the contact friends ritual, and you know that you could help with it. You just don't think that you could be the primary performer of it because you've not met the person that you're trying to contact. But in theory, you could help with it if somebody else tried to do a contact friends ritual.
okay, I'll relay that. That I could help with the ritual. It might be very useful. I'm good at this crazy stuff. This occultism's casting. But it makes me think though. Yes, I think maybe he's like looking off into the distance again, like he's seeing ghosts. Or he's just thinking, let's see. Mr. DM.
What? What's he looking at over there? I'm scared. I don't know. Just ignore him. It's that way sometimes.
I feel like in idle moments, Ruko on this journey on the ship, one, he's on a solitary floating piece of wood in the middle of the ocean, surrounded by potential enemies. So, solace is to try to find options, escape routes, friends, contacts, anything. So his first task was to just keep on trying to keep a watch out for any sort of spirits that pass by, connecting with them whenever they come by. Try to get a sense for the world out there in the deep sea, and hoping maybe one of these times he'll get some word about maybe some, I don't know what this prison is. It's underwater, right? Is it what's the
Yeah, from what you've
what's the deal with the
learned,
prison?
from what you've learned, it's essentially a prison that is built into an island, but the island is normally underwater. It needs to, like, or rather the entrance is underwater. It needs to have, like, the ocean lowered in a channel, kind of Moses style, to reach the entryway to it. You don't know all of the details. There are parts of that story that leave more questions, like what happens when the water goes back up? Is the island fully submerged? Like, there are open ends to this question, but that is the first impression that you've gotten. And yeah, if you want to try to, like, keep an eye out on ocean spirits and see what they know of the place, you can absolutely use your consult the spirits feat to give me I would let you do either nature or occultism. Nature would be for kind of contacting spirits of the water. Occultism would be more for contacting spirits of the dead, which in a lot of circumstances wouldn't help you, except that you have an inkling that dead people who die at sea travel to this island anyway, so you might be able to ask, like, hey, where are you headed? If you happen to spot one.
Yeah, I feel like with this line of questioning, the idea would be to think. I feel like ocean spirits would be able to tell me of a weird thing, but I want to find out, is there a way I can get a message in there? Probably not, but maybe I can get something closer, like someone died who was on their way there, on the way out.
I like
They
it.
died and got yeeted into the ocean or something, and I don't know.
For sure, that's a good plan. Absolutely. If you try to, like, catch a dead person on their way to the island, you can speak with them, and you could potentially give them a message that they could try to deliver once they got there. So yeah, if you'd like to try to do that, I assume that this will be sort of a thing you keep trying over the course of the travel.
Yeah.
It might not work right away, but it could work once you eventually happen upon somebody who dies at sea. So yeah, I guess we'll do this one a day. Go ahead and give me a check for today. Go ahead and give me an occultism check.
Okie dokie. Let me go roll this thing. But, as Ruko... Wait, yeah, so let's finish the thing.
21 is good. And now the luck portion. Let's see, where are you guys currently? This is the first day of travel. You guys are still just east of Unyo. As you are traveling along, kind of keeping your senses open, doing the cat thing where you stare off into the distance. In fact, we'll even say it's right now, as Kaz has come up and sat beside you to have this conversation. He is talking to you over your shoulder, and you're having this conversation when you finally notice the thing that you've been looking for hours and hours. There is just kind of a wispy, grayish drifting of cloth that is floating along the surface of the water, face down like a body. And you see it kind of coming up close to the ship, close enough that you could call out for it if you wanted to.
Ooh, okay. I'm gonna play this out. So,
Yeah.
talking to Kaz about this. Sending a message. I don't know, ocean spirits are kind of, fishy, weird. But the dead people go there, right? To Luteon. I've been looking for them. I've been trying to find maybe we can get one to send a message. It'd be truly terrifying. It's your brother, right?
Yes, I
Yes.
would like to get a message to my brother without scaring the piss out of him.
Oh, well, no, that's non-negotiable.
Okay.
You might wake up with a dead, soggy guy in his face for a hot minute, but, the message delivered, And we're limited on how much. Oh, wait a second. Do you see that? He
Eh?
runs up. He gets up. He runs and go look.
Kaz, give me a perception
That's the
check. You look out over the water right where Ruko is pointing. He's not pointing very far away. And you are used to looking for things in the ocean. It's hard, but you know what to do. And you don't see anything right where Ruko's pointing. Ruko, you see it plain as day.
Oh. Rook was doing that weird thing with his tail when he's super focused on something. Like where it does like the metronome flick, flick, flick.
Is your tail sticking straight up and you're just kind of like pacing back and forth, going like, "Arr, arr." Say out the window.
No. But no, he's got this weird focus to him. Basically confirming that he's absolutely insane.
I don't
bad
see
shit.
anything out there. Yeah, it just looks like a bunch of water.
I don't know. Wait, I don't know. He's there. Hold on. Let me focus. Don't leave. I'll feel bad if you leave because I've scared you away. Just 1 second. 1 second. Okay. All right. I'm honing in on contacting this thing.
What do you say?
What's up, bitch? No, I was kidding. Hey, babe. What's that? No.
Saw, dude.
A sog, dude. You ever feel it's got some flotsam going on? Okay, Ruko will say. I'll just call out to him. Ahoy! Question mark.
You
Spirit, do you have one task you can impart?
You call out to the
Are you
spirit,
lost?
and you watch as this like floating mass of gray drab cloth, kind of just like splatted across the surface of the sea, stops, and it begins to drift towards the ship. And it drifts slowly at first, just like almost like a little jellyfish changing its course. These little pulses of motion, and then it bloop, dives under the water. And then both of you feel a sudden cold chill that kind of comes over your shoulders, even as you stand under the light of the suns. But when you turn, you feel the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. When you turn, only Ruko sees the creature behind you. Kaz sees nothing. But Ruko, when you turn, you see these two sunken gray-blue eyes in a gaunt face, bloated with seawater, of what was probably a human woman, dark hair that is matted against the sides of her neck by the seawater, a cloth gown, very simple, that is just clinging to her mostly decomposed body. Her teeth are visible as her lips are kind of pulled back. And she just kind of looks at you with a cocked head. Hello?
Skaz feel the weirdness, but he doesn't see it right now.
He feels a distinct cold chill, but he doesn't see this.
Yeah, well, first, real quick, gonna like lick his lips, trying to be discreet. He swallows as he gags a little, and it forces a smile that gets easier to do over time. Hello, spirit. I'm sorry to bother you on your travel.
Where am I?
You're on a ship in the sea of insert name here.
The Grave Lily Sea.
The Grave Lily Sea.
Oh. And is the ship okay?
The ship is safe.
That's good. I was worried by the fire.
The fires from whence you came?
Yes,
Was it a ship fire?
I looked out the window and saw the sails ablaze, and then there was a loud crack, and now I'm here.
And so you drift and you journey. Your story is not over, my friend. It has changed. But you do have one very important task, if
Okay.
you'd like.
What am I to do?
You feel a pull in a direction, destination you move toward. We have a message, and it should carry it with you.
I've been wondering about that. Which pull? I feel stretched, like a toy between two dogs.
Can you say which way it pulls?
She closes her eyes and takes a deep breath, although all you hear is a raspy gargling of seawater stuck in her lungs. And she raises one hand.
One more time.
She raises one gaunt finger and points kind of to the northeast. But then she takes another deep breath and raises her other pointer west, back towards the desert. I feel as if I'm being ripped in two.
DM, does the one that's being pulled toward Luteon, is that one? My impression is that one is older, perhaps natural, while the new one is for sure some amalgamation of something fucked up.
Yeah,
The Desolate King.
you could give me either occultism or Spirit Weaver lore.
Okay. Let's weave some spirits, nerds. Wait, occultism. Let's
That is quite. You would be very aware that both of these must be unnatural. The natural pull upon a soul is to be pulled up towards the heavens, to the afterlife. When something stays behind, it is usually because they are either the subject of necromancy or they are being stuck in a place by a grudge, which is how you get hauntings. The fact that she's being pulled to a different location suggests that there are two acts of necromancy fighting for control over her undead soul and not allowing it to move on to the afterlife. As for which one is older or newer, it would be a little hard to say without actually inspecting the source of these pulls up close. But your assumption seems extremely reasonable that one of them is towards Luteon and the other is back towards the Desolate Keep.
Whoa. Okay. All right. Thank you. You seem to be heading toward the Luteon in the sea.
Is it nice there?
Well, that's the wonders of the afterlife. You can see things that even I can't see. Your adventure continues.
I'll be going
Maybe I'll
alone
find you
then.
later. We all must be alone sometimes. But you feel the pull. Others like you feel the pull as well. There will be others there.
Others like me.
The sea is vast.
Others like me.
I would think so.
Then perhaps I won't be
gonna-
alone. That's good.
He gives her a smile and he turns to Kaz, distressed but interested, enthused. Hey Kaz, do you have a message? I promise I'm not crazy. There's some crazy soggy. She's very soggy. She's standing right there.
Are you talking to someone right now?
Yes, I promise I'm not crazy. I just tell me the message.
What about message?
You said you want to speak to your brother. A message delivered to him.
Yes.
I can do this. I can depart it on this lovely flotsam over here.
Wow. You have. He just kind of looks at the empty space that you're staring at.
Gives you a thumbs up.
You
I
do see
promise.
that.
Maybe I'll try to sketch her later.
You do see that as you speak, Kaz, it comes out as a cold mist. You still feel this horrible chill down the back of your neck.
Ugh.
But I can tell her to ferry a message to your brother. Might be terrifying, but forewarning. Very important.
Yes, I think it would still be good to get the message, even if it might seem a little ominous at first.
Okay. Out of character. Do you want to write something, I guess, and then we'll kind of have that be the method?
I don't know what my word limit is, and I didn't really have anything like super specific planned for this, but
We got a whole ass dead person who's
You-
got one task.
You do. Ruko, so with the 26 occultism, you would be aware that this person, this spirit, is in a very hazy state. They're certainly not going to remember like a full paragraph of something, but if you give something simple like find a young knoll and tell them so-and-so says such and such, just like a quick sentence or two, she'll probably at least get the vibe of it right.
Okay. I'll probably format it as like a jaunty sort of sound. I'll put a couple of rhymes in there just to make it more memorable, just in the hopes.
Absolutely, yeah.
A young knoll trapped in a hole at the bottom of the sea. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
there's a knoll at the bottom of the sea. But no, I'd imagine with some back and forth and discussing like the mental capacity of this spirit and the kind of message that she can deliver. Kaz kind of workshop that with Ruko and just end up with a message like, find a young knoll that looks like me, Kaz, in parentheses, and tell him soon he'll be set free. Help is on the way. Be not afraid.
Maybe some name drops too. Yeah, in case she encounters another small knoll. Another knoll.
Yeah,
Why are you all so freaking big?
Good genes.
This is my new task, then. This is my adventure. To find this knoll and tell him he will soon be free.
This is true.
Is she still there?
Yep.
Ruko.
Okay, tell her the knoll. He's young. He looks kind of like me. It's a little different. He's still got all of his fingers. His fur is a little different.
Remember these details 3. A knoll. He looks like me.
I don't know how well spirits like know names or even if they ask names or stuff. But like, if there's another, it'd be weird if there was a weird coincidence if there was another knoll trap like there who looked like my little brother that was totally unrelated. But the person
Yeah, if you woke up with like some soggy bitch that's just breathing down your neck when you're sleeping, and you wake up and you're like, oh god, you're gonna think it's a nightmare and try to forget it. If you're the wrong guy, you won't know.
I mean, I'd be pretty scared too.
Yeah, it'd be terrible. I'd try to forget it. But
Maybe
if it can deliver the message, if he has a name drop, then bam bam.
yes. So maybe include in part of that message that you deliver to this null. Kaz is coming.
As is coming.
Help is on the way.
Okay.
Kaz is coming. And
Yeah.
his name is Laguna. I don't know if she's going to like ask names first or just kind of like haunt every young knoll on that boat, or even just the first one she sees. As he's saying this, he's just like nervously glancing back and forth between you and the spot in front of him where there is apparently a spirit.
And you can
He's
feel the
being-
icy gaze of something looking at you
He's-
from here, but you just can't
Yeah.
see that.
It's like the especially awkward, super polite kind of like third wheel conversation where like you're talking to someone who is then relaying a message to someone else in a different language, but
Right.
like I also don't see the person I'm talking to, so
She
I know
knows
that she's
wants
there, and I
to-
know that she can also probably hear and understand everything that I'm saying.
Yeah.
Ruko, as you relay this message back, normally I would call this either persuasion to be friendly or occultism to like specifically word things in a way that ghosts are comfortable with. But because you're taking the angle of like trying to turn it into a memorable jingle, I would also allow performance. So you can give me any of those 3 checks, whichever one is best for you. Persuasion, diplomacy, or performance.
Is persuasion even a roll? I don't believe him.
Sorry, persuasion is called diplomacy now. So diplomacy, performance, or occultism.
Okie dokie. I never did diplomacy. Well, you.
Wonderful. You begin to kind of relay this simple message, and she takes to it. And the vibe that you get as you have this brief conversation with her is she's scared. She doesn't really understand what's happening. She's starting to realize that she's dead, and doesn't really know how to process that. But as you give her this message, and as you give her a task to focus on, that kind of soothes her. It gives her some sense of like purpose. It gives her a sense of, okay, things are still happening and I have a reason to stick around. And there's almost a little bit of a vibe of like, okay, this must be why I'm still here, is I was left here to do one last task, and maybe when I'm done with it, I'll be free to move on to whatever comes next. And I don't know if you know whether or not that's true, but she believes it to be true, and you see that she resolves in her mind, I will deliver this message, and that is my purpose. My purpose is to deliver this message and see what comes after.
Yeah, at the onset of this, I figured maybe this would be a good way to deliver a message, because people who just died will be very confused. They're like looking for anything, any task,
Right.
any direction, any purpose, you know. But part 2 of this, I think that's the important bit with Kaz. I'm going to also try to, well, first of all, knowledge check. There's 2 different poles of necromancy that are diverting spirits to different locations. So
Correct.
they should be going up.
Right.
First part of this, I would want to try to reassure her, like, with the, you feel the pull, others will too. There'll be more like you there. All of that. Kind of getting her grounded in the fact that, damn bitch, you dead, you soggy. But in a nice way.
Right.
And then a part of Ruko wants, if this is unnatural, that's the knowledge check, like the unnatural pull to either direction.
Yes.
That's pretty solidly known as that's not normal. Right?
Correct.
That's
There is
not-
definitely a necromantic influence that is doing something here.
Okay. And then I think the second part, besides just grounding her in what's going on and giving her the message, would be to, Ruko just hopes to maybe have her give a similar message, almost identical, a message of freedom, a message of you're not alone, you're not adrift. Like, this unnatural pull is something that Ruko wants to break somehow. And that if she can deliver any sense or essence or vaguely remembered sense of freedom, of outlook for a better future, that people in the living world are thinking about it and are trying to make it there. That's
Got it.
I don't know.
Wonderful. So I should ask, are you just trying to help her to feel better, or are you trying to actually like liberate her soul from whatever this effect is so that she can move on naturally?
Oh geez, that's rough because that would eliminate the message.
Correct.
wouldn't it?
Yeah.
But on a broader scale, if we were to fix this poll that shouldn't be happening, we'd be freeing them in the end anyway.
Here's
I don't
your
know if it's
first moral
possible,
conundrum. Do you free a captured soul or use it to send a message?
That's a rude way to put it.
It
I
is.
use
The
her
moral.
to send a message because, no, for one, there are a lot of other lives on the line, and we'll be saving them by having this message delivered, potentially. And then, if we can break a magical effect affecting vast amounts, it's just a matter of time before we eventually break it. Then they'll all be free. So it's not it's not a conundrum. How dare you?
That's
How
a very
dare you.
convincing argument.
I
And
don't
at the
wanna feel
very
bad.
least, with your 20 diplomacy, you've convinced her. She feels calm. She believes that she is doing this with a purpose. And you are able to kind of reassure her that you are also, or at least someone is also headed that way to figure out what's going on and deal with it. And you can see that there is still a little bit of worry in her eyes, a little confusion more than anything else. But she takes a lot of peace in knowing that she's not alone. It's not like she died in the middle of the sea and nobody knows. That somebody knows she's here, somebody knows where she's headed, and somebody is trying to do something about it. And you see that there is kind of just a softness to her face and almost a look of a smile as she begins to just drift down back towards the sea.
Okay. Yeah, and with that last bit of the message, just when she meets people like her, they'll be just as confused as when she first saw us here. And tell them not to despair. One day, freedom will be the same.
Okay. Yeah, you see that there's just like a little turn of a smile at the corner of her mouth as she begins to lower back down onto the ocean, and her raggedy clothes begin to drift northward. And before long, she's gone, and it is just you and Kaz left on the ship. The sun suddenly feels much warmer on your skin. You can hear the waves crashing and the gulls following the ship. The massive flood of gulls that Foster has fostered on the ship, still hanging out up on the masts, causing a huge mess and a problem for most of the sailors.
Yeah, Ruko is heartfelt, warm smile, but as he watches her submerge again, he gets that like clump of hair and water vibe, and he finally turns around to Kaz and does like a full cat gag for a second. Okay, that went really well. Ooh, wait,
Yes.
I gotta go. Sorry, somebody's here. Sorry.
What the hell was that all about? I don't know, I'm just as confused as you.
While he is taking care of real life business, what's Ethan currently up to? How does he kill a couple days on the ship?
Oh, I am basically stalking Jazak.
That makes so much sense.
Essentially, I'm like inquisiting the entire ship, asking people what their deal is. I've spent the last few days checking everyone's weaknesses, finding out the most dangerous people on the ship, how best to take care of them, i.e. kill them and or incapacitate them.
Perfect. Wonderful. I guess go ahead and give me your... I mean, it's going to be esoteric lore in the end anyway. Go ahead and give me esoteric lore for Drachok specifically. I know you already rolled once.
I've already got
and did
so
very
many
well.
for him. Yeah.
Correct. So essentially, you were looking for a little of information that you couldn't get at first glance, and over the course of a couple days, you're able to expand more on that, especially between about the relationship between Karaka and Drajak. I know you were very interested in how they were related, whether Karaka would defend Drajak, etc.
Oh no, specifically, would he be mad if his dad died?
Would he take revenge? I gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, then on
probably-
what you got?
I probably did tell Ethan since after I talked to the kid that he did ask me if he was going to kill his dad. But yeah, just so that Ethan knows that now too.
Thanks. I'll add that to my plan.
On A19, as you continue to observe everybody for the next couple of days, you're able to get a better sense for all the combatants here. Again, I believe I've straight up just given you stat sheets for a couple of the mages and the knights. You have most of their spell list.
Them actually.
See
See them anywhere.
Weird. I'll send you another screenshot. But again, the big thing you learned is that they were capable of summoning angels to fight. The knights are sort of just like your typical wardens. Drizhak is almost certainly the most powerful person aboard the ship. But digging into the relationship a little bit more, you begin to see that Drizhak spends most of his time just in his room or drinking or eating. He doesn't go up to the deck very often. He doesn't seem interested in recreation. He honestly seems to spend most of his time just sleeping, like he's bored or impatient and just trying to kill time aboard this ship. Karaka, on the other hand, is more restless. He tends to go around doing things. Every now and then he has a book. He goes up to the deck sometimes to look out over the sea. And the impression that you get is that he seems to have an unwavering loyalty to Drizhak, where anytime Drizhak needs something, he is there as quick as he can because he is trying to impress him. But Drizhak doesn't treat him well, and he is very resentful of that. You get the sense that this is not a good relationship, and that he is in turn taking a lot of the things that he has learned from Drizhak, and he does that to others. He is very brusque with the crew. He's very brusque with others. He's rude. He's obnoxious. Not necessarily because he doesn't know any different. He thinks that's kind of just how he is meant to be. He is following in Drizhak's footsteps because he doesn't really know any better. And the vibe that you get about whether he would be upset or vengeful if something were to happen to Drizhak is, yeah, of course, that's what I would be expected to do. That's what honor would mandate me to do. If somebody were to slay him, it would be my duty to pick up arms and avenge him.
Right. Okay. So more of it's a reputation thing than I have affection for him.
Absolutely. And on a 19, it's definitely like a loyalty and a reputation thing. There's an undertone there of like, he might even be glad for the opportunity to do that. But he could never, ever display that out loud, because that would be like disobedient. That would be unloyal.
Is this what's the Dragonborn place called? Pyra?
This is very Pyrrhic behavior. You would understand
yeah.
that this is very typical of a feudal society. If this guy was a knight or something along those lines, which it certainly could be the case, he has a squire.
Another one, the final one would be like, yeah, but this is like a cultural thing.
Right.
Squire and knight, sort of.
Certainly could be. It definitely has a relationship of a knight and a squire, where the squire aspires for greater things, but has learned all of his behavior from the world's biggest asshole of a knight.
And has to kiss his butt because that's his knight.
Correct.
But they're also like blood related.
Seems to be the case, yep.
And he's bigger than the normal Dragonborn. Over the days, do I get the sense that the Jock is an actual full-blooded dragon? Do I get that he's like a munchkin account?
Right.
He likes to hang out with weak people because it makes him feel better.
Right, the big shark principle. Trying to think of what the telltale signs here would be and whether you would spot them on a 19. Thinking. Give me a moment.
I have other ways. I have like medicine. I have diplomacy. I have warfare lore. Which I'm a master at, apparently? What the hell? Okay.
Give me a medicine check. I think that is your best route here. I have a couple ideas.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, what's the anatomy of a dragon pretending to be someone?
Love that. That is more than enough. You begin to watch specifically for any signs that they might be dragons in a humanoid form rather than true dragonborn. Because Lord knows they're huge. They're two of the biggest dragonborn. Well, the Drajak is one of the biggest dragonborn that you've ever seen. And Karaka seems big for his size. You have noted that one of the only times Drajak ever comes out of his room is to eat and drink. And he does so a normal amount. He eats a lot, but he eats an amount that is typical for a humanoid of his size. Which is to say, he eats like a
10,000
horse.
calories a day.
Right,
Yeah.
it is like close to 10,000 calories a day, but that is not what a real dragon eats. A real dragon eats livestock. And you've seen that he pats his belly like he's full. The impression that you get is that he really is just a truly large dragonborn.
That's another question, I guess. Would a transformed dragon need less food
You would be aware that the
than if they
shape
were in full form?
is polymorphic. It is not an illusion. It does actually change their body. But it doesn't change, it's not permanent enough that they can ignore their other requirements. They still need to eat and drink the same, which means by necessity, they almost certainly need to change back into their true form at least every couple of days to eat.
Right, and he's not hiding livestock in his room.
Right. If this Drajak was to turn into a full dragon on the ship, you would know. There's nowhere that he could do this on the ship without causing a disturbance.
Right. Is his room an interdimensional space?
Great question. Do you have any way to detect magic?
No.
Then give me a perception
Didn't
check.
buy any of the scrolls.
Yeah, give me just like a good old-fashioned investigation check to look for signs.
Yeah, I'll do investigation.
You watch closely for any sort of sign that there is like interdimensional fuckery going on in there. You are able to get kind of an uninterrupted bead on him for the better part of like a 12-hour window, most of which time he spends in his room. And you never notice that he like disappears. You never find concrete evidence that he is walking to his room and then disappearing to another place.
It's as simple as like putting my ear to the door and like if the sounds disappear, right?
Right.
Because you can't, I wouldn't travel.
Right, and there's a couple of places where like you kind of listen in and you hear that he's snoring in there. And if it was an interdimensional thing, it seems odd to you that he wouldn't go in there to sleep. So you're not 100% sure, but it seems reasonable. It seems like it is probably not a pocket dimension. You do also see that crew occasionally goes in there to like deliver food to him or to clean or something like that.
Yeah,
Karaka
doubt the
also
ship
doesn't.
has. Yeah, doubt the ship also has like interdimensional sort of capability.
Right, you haven't seen.
He just
anything
thought
like
that because of the guild, but then the guild is special. He's made so many notes, and it's just muttering. He made like a little stat block for Karaka
Excellent.
and for Dizak, and he's making stat blocks for everyone on the ship. He's noted like the rest of the crew are basically commoners or experts.
Pretty much, yeah. There's a few that probably... you do see that the captain has a little sword at her side. The first mate has a sword. Many of them know how to, in an emergency, pick up like a blade club or a rope or hatchets or what have you. They could, in a pinch, defend themselves. And that's kind of an expectation for anyone sailing the high seas. There are monsters and pirates. If you're going to be on a boat, you should probably know how to at least swing an axe. But they are certainly not trained warriors. They are sailors who will fight if they must.
He's also had time confined in this small area kind of with the party that he looks over, excitedly goes to his like other folder of like, oh, my allies. And he excitedly updates their profiles with plus ones.
They have certainly gotten better.
Oh, he can do the thing now that he's been practicing for the last few days. Increases dexterity.
Well,
he's just being a weird, creepy dude, but acting like normal when he's not in his room.
of course, being a total stalker. Thankfully, not a lot of people pay you much mind. They are sort of used to weird travelers doing their thing aboard their ships. They only ask that you don't get in the way of them doing topside work, and you're good about not doing that.
He does like watch people on the rigging and stuff because he's pretended to be on the boat before, and he's been in the ship but never actually on the rigging. And anything, he just stays in the room and is transported from one place to another. And now he's like, I kind of want to go up there and ask if I can help or learn.
It is wild how quickly you learn things that will improve the next time you pretend to be a sailor in the game of Masks.
It's like this helps with my immersion.
Uh-huh.
I was completely wrong about this one thing.
Oh,
If
yeah.
I just stabbed a sailor with a knife, I would just die.
You would die. Yeah, that does not work.
Oh, I put the shackle on wrong. Guess the entire rig has to come down.
Uh-huh.
Oh, wow. That one detail fucks the ship over? I did not know that. Okay, cool.
Alright. Do we have Jaeger back? Are you still busy? Still busy. Then let's go over to Branch. What is Branch up to during this trip?
Two things mainly. One, I'd like to go talk to the captain.
Absolutely. You find that she takes the wheel occasionally, but just as is normal, it's usually the helmsman at the wheel, and she is mostly responsible for just like doing paperwork and keeping track of shipping records and answering questions when necessary. But she spends most of her time in her office, not at the helm. So that's actually most likely where you find her, is over in her office.
Probably usually later in the day when she's like presumably less busy and shit like that. I'll knock and be like, hey, you got a second?
Oh, hello, yes, of course. How can I help?
I ain't ever formally thanked you for letting me and my mates come with you.
I've been told it was a religious pilgrimage. Those are very important. We're happy to accommodate.
Yeah. Either or still deserves something in repayment as recompense. So, well-traveled captain like you probably seen the world and experienced a lot of stuff, but only in the coast, right?
I have a home a couple days inland, back in Cyrillin. But I do spend most of my time at sea, and most of those days near the coast, yes.
Yeah, I gotcha. So you ain't ever seen Zulakar or anything like that? You know, like Nice Tale and all that?
It has been the better part of a decade. I went there once, sailing far around to Zulakara, but I'd love to go back again sometime. I imagine it would be very different.
Well, hopefully this will stave away your curiosities. And he just produces some like Zulakaran spices and like other such things. Like kind of like food stuff that like you probably wouldn't be able to find in other places. Like, yeah.
Give me a diplomacy check with advantage.
Oh, advantage. Straight up advantage.
Straight up advantage.
Straight up advantage. Diplomacy. And then again.
That is quite generous. You said you were with you're with the Church of Ava.
Ava. Yeah. There are a lot of people in Zulakar who gonna learn about the wonders of her too. Right? Listen.
Are you busy?
Kind of was kind of hanging on the ship for a while. Why?
I am curious if you have the time. You said you were on a pilgrimage. What is the nature of this pilgrimage?
The stated reason is learning more about Ava and the other, and the history of her. But if I'm being honest, my personal goals are just simple wanderlust.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. You see that she takes the spices and she looks them over, and then she looks back to you. I have been working with the church for most of my life, and never have they given me a gift for fulfilling my patriotic duty. That's very kind of you. I'm not used to that sort of kindness from the church.
And a little smirk appears off his face, and he's like, familiar with their attitudes towards generally everything. Is to say I work with them directly. It's a take it or leave it situation most of the time.
Are you high up in the church? I admit I don't know the ranks very well, but I assume you must be important to be able to travel the way that you do, have the resources that you do, the friends that you do.
In contrast, you kind of have to be not. You kind of have to not have their eyes on them to travel the way that I do.
That's such a shame. Growing up, they always told me that Aeva was a goddess of beauty and travel, and that one of the best ways you could experience all of her glory is to see art from every corner of the world, and yet... and you see here that she balks. She wants to say something that she is not sure it is safe to say. I am envious of what you found. I hope you're able to hold on to it.
How about... Tell you what. How about later tonight, I come back with some more souvenirs from my travels. And we can talk more about what I've seen. That sound good?
You aren't going to draw ire from the guards, are you?
Listen, I've seen the way everyone looks at them. I've already kissed their asses enough. They didn't suspect anything of me.
It's when you say it like that she finally kind of lets her guard down a bit and says, you know, it's so rare to find people who are unhappy with the way that our great country is headed. I'd love a drink later tonight, if you don't mind. Just a drink. I don't want to give the wrong impression. You seem like a good guy, and I'd like to see your art.
Sure.
Bring your friends if you'd like, as long as they can not cause a scene.
All of them?
Whoever you trust.
See you tonight. Actually, he says, hasta la noche. In Manco, obviously.
Oh boy. She like does a little bit of a scrunch of her nose. Like, what was that?
It means see you later. Something I picked up along on my travels.
Of course, right, of course. Hasta la noche.
And he heads out. Yeah. The other thing I was gonna do is go check up on Foster again.
Excellent. That was kind of leading me to my next question: is what is Foster doing for these 3 days? Is he just staying in a box the whole time, or does he get up to some stuff? So yeah.
Hell no, I've got a mission.
Hell yeah. What is Foster doing as Branch eventually finds him?
Well, I assume I have to do almost everything at night while everyone is asleep. But, okay.
As a lookout, you do have a little more flexibility. If nobody is like popping up here unannounced, Ilwood can give you a good 10 or 15 second warning if you want to get out a little more often.
Okay. Is this cargo labeled at all? Am I able to tell what's being transported?
Not directly on each box, but give me a perception check. You do find that there is a shipping manifest that is just kept on one of the shelves over there that has it all organized, like this is what's in section 1, this is what's in section 2. So it's not like on the box, but you can very easily find out what is in each box by just looking through that manifest, which is on the shelf there.
Sweet. Is there anything dangerous?
Great question. Most of what you find is reagents, spices, dried herbs, flowers. But like for sure, you find an entry as like, oh, this crate is full of sunbird's onion, and you know that those can be dangerous. So it's reasonable to assume that there may be some reagents in here that could be used for dangerous things. You don't find anything that's like live ammunition or, you know, barrel full of powder. Like, nothing like that.
Okay. And the sun blooms onion. that just catches on fire, right?
Essentially, it is always
Potentially.
burning. It has to be wrapped in asbestos cloth to be transported, and it can be used to make fire magic stronger. It's like a reagent that boosts fire magic.
Okay. Excellent. Next, are there 2 ways down into this storage room? Am I looking at that right?
Just
Like there and there?
just the one. So this staircase up here goes up to this forecastle storage room, which is at the front of the ship. This stairwell goes up to the kitchen, and then there's a stairwell under here that goes down into the cargo bay, and that is the only way to get to the lower cargo bay.
Understood. Did not realize there was a floor underneath this
There-
one. That is
there
going
is.
to be a problem.
Yeah, I forgot to draw here. I can just like very quickly draw a shape because it's basically just an identical floor to this, except the whole thing is dedicated to storage.
It's not that deep. I needed a loose floorboard, but that's not going to work with a floor underneath me. I'll get back to you. Mostly when Branch comes down, I'm scheming.
Excellent. Then Branch, at some point, you find him down in this this extra floor, scheming.
Stretching your legs, or you can't really stretch anything anymore, can you?
Just my imagination.
As long as it makes you feel better. Anyway, you mentioned it smells like shit down here, so I brought something to help with that. And he just produces some, I think it's just called like aromatic scents, in Pathfinder. But yeah, it just gives it to you. Still
Thank
feel
you.
a little bad about fucking leaving you here. Ain't got much for your plants though, so this might be a thing. Oh wait, you got stuff that can heal you, like oils and life and shit like that. I mostly bought them to help keep Ethan safe, but you might need some if you're gonna do some shit down here.
I'm should be okay. I'm pretty well stocked up on stuff that can heal me at least.
All right, you know your bones better than me. So, what'd you find? What's the report?
Well, I've got a question for you. Do you
Okay.
want like a distraction? I've got a plan for a distraction. But is that what you're looking for?
Branch gets like a huge smile on his face because like so far every time he's fucking interacted with his foster, he's had this like goody two shoes attitude about him, except for the one time he was going to say that he said he was going to kill that one guy. It's like, fucking Hoisos, I'm so proud of you. But like scheming and shit like that. Yeah. What I want is something that can get the yellow wearing magic casting assholes to direct their ire onto shit down here and give us some time to do stuff above the board when shit goes down. Also, it'll waste their spell slots. It'll waste their like mana and all that. That's how that works, right?
That is how that works.
All right. So, yeah. Anything that brings those assholes down here, doesn't damage the ship. And need this not be said, but keeps you alive. If it's fucking dangerous, then don't do it, please.
Well, we're committing piracy, so I have some news for you.
If it's dangerous to you, if you ain't got like an escape plan once they're all down here, there's a lot of shit to hide behind. Yeah, but
I do have an escape plan, but I think it would draw them back up to the deck.
Gotcha. All right.
So if you need them down here, I might have to rethink a little bit.
Nah. Distraction's fine. You want to tell me what you're cooking?
I think I'm going to explode that box with the sunbloom onions in it. Hopefully that sends them scatter around enough that will distract them long enough to like put out the fire. And then I'm gonna lay some traps down here. So hopefully when they come running down to check on the explosion sound, they'll trigger those. And then I'm gonna have I'm gonna have a friend haul my lifeless body from here up to the deck.
I think I could lift you. But hate to tell you, Resos, that's a whole ass box filled with those things.
Yeah, that's kind of what. Do you want me to just explode not that box and just get them to come down here and not set the ship on fire?
Preferably, yeah. I ain't know how flammable ships were until Kaz told me, but
No, that still works. The explosion's just as loud whether there's fire involved or not.
oh yeah, well yeah. I've seen the amount of damage that one of those things can do, and I think ships are made out of less durable material than churches. If you catch my drift.
I gotcha. This is the ugliest ship I've ever seen.
That's your home country, baby. Avon, goddess to art, but not the goddess of taste.
They really phoned it in on this bottom floor.
Yeah. Just crates and dust and all that, but alright. Well, I appreciate the scheme and all that. Making a force of us.
How clean is everyone up there?
Like, okay, like we talking like fucking takes a bath every once in a while, or like has cops on us?
No, like clutter. Are they a cluttered crew? Do they leave shit laying around?
Do they, in fact?
Give me a perception check. They appear organized. I don't think you have the like intimate knowledge of sailing to know whether they are more or less organized than a typical sailing crew. But at the very least, they don't leave shit just lying around. There's a storage area up front where they throw extra rope and things they're not using at any time. It's not like you're stumbling over boxes all over the place. Like, it seems pretty organized.
I'm gonna assume, since we ain't at the bottom of the sea yet, that they are a working unit. Outfits like this don't exactly work if there ain't no organization, but they didn't put these crates here. We could assume that someone in the docks fucked up. They were on a rush.
That's true. Do you think you might be able to steal me like a rag or a towel or something at some point?
Oh shit! I already got you. And he just spends a minute rifling through his bag and is like, and just gives you a rag immediately. It's like cleanliness and kings and all that. Whatever. Here.
Perfect. This plan's gonna go off without a hitch. I can just feel it.
That's all you need?
That's it. A rag and a dream.
If I knew that you could fucking do anything with rags, I would have fucking robbed a fucking.
Oh, I mean, I'm gonna use everything else you gave me too, but the rag is the final piece, the missing component.
Here's another erotic pamphlet, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Don't want you to stay bored down here. Oh, one more thing, by the way.
Okay.
We got some downtime. You wanna like upgrade our pillow fort prowess and make like a cargo fort this time?
I think they're definitely gonna notice a cargo fort.
But like, it'd be real cool.
It would be really cool. Maybe after we commandeer the ship.
All right.
We can immediately lose our credibility by making a cargo fort.
We could. That was also gonna be like secondhand. Like, you want to make a small divot or something. Rearrange cargo like well enough to make you a really efficient hiding spot.
Oh, I'm not going to be down here when it happens. I promise.
No, all right.
Or not for long, at least.
So it's a date when we fucking come into the ship. All right. Awesome. Come. Cool bones. Good plan.
It's the best I got.
That's all anyone can do. And he like he's probably like finger gunning you the entire time as he's walking out of the fucking walking backwards out of the cargo hold backwards. And then like as soon as he leaves, turns around instant like, oh the valediction, my friend is down.
It is as this conversation is wrapping up that Foster, you get a like little mental. Actually, I don't think we even have the mental thing. Or you see Ildbode kind of scurrying down the stairs frantically, and she just waves her arms, doing the "somebody's coming" signal.
That's perfect, because the other thing I do over the next 3 days is not like every single time, but periodically when Eeldwood knows there's somebody down here in the cargo room, I have her come down here and look at just like this pile of boxes, whichever pile of cargo doesn't have the sunbloom onions in it,
I see.
and just kind of like stop and like stare at it, kind of like, you know how like animals can
Right.
tell something is off before
Right,
we
right.
can. Just kind of like look at it a little weird when she knows somebody's watching, and then just move on with her day over the next couple days. She does that a couple times.
I love it. Got it. Branch, as you were headed up the stairs, you see Ildwood come bolting down the stairs, and then a few seconds later, you hear footsteps, and you see that one of the crew is headed down here. Specifically, one of the Cyril wardens, the ones that are essentially patrolling every couple of hours. And he sees you coming up the stairs from the cargo deck and says, "Is everything all right?"
Yeah, just having a moment, you know. And
Give me a deception check.
I love that you keep coming down here, throwing in a dirty pamphlet, and then walking up the stairs crying.
He would have loved this one.
Oh man, these inquisitors.
I'm fucking.
Jork it in heaven, bro.
He's drunken it with the best of them now. Deception.
Deception, yep. I understand. Sorry, if I can just get past you, I'm going to do my rounds. And he kind of does an awkward, like, pat on the shoulder, doesn't know how to make this any better for you. But then, you know, starts to walk past you down the stairs.
Start crying harder.
He would have loved that erotic pamphlet. Oh mercy! Oh Ava.
This brunch's eyeliner start to like leak.
Right.
Like as keeps. I do want to like. Is Foster all right? Like, he had enough time.
You're not entirely sure. You know that he's headed down that way, and you know that this is not the first time it's happened, so presumably Foster has a plan for this, but you don't know unless you do something.
Alright, I'm just gonna fucking stand. When I get out of there, I'm just gonna stand at the side to make sure that everything goes alright.
Okay, got it. Foster, you kind of overhear all of this happening as you get to your hiding spot, and Eelwood runs over to this pile of boxes and starts doing the, like, cat who knows there's a mouse under the oven thing. And Branch doesn't hear this, but once this warden thinks that he is alone down here in the cargo bay, he holds up a lantern, which begins to cast sort of a soft blue light, and you hear him just mutter under his breath, "Oh, fuck these old world churchers." Okay. And he just begins to shine the light around, doing kind of a very bored, standard inspection of all the cargo, but does eventually come across Eeldwood, who is, like, staring under these boxes. Just like, what is... And he kneels down over by the boxes and begins to inspect them. What does Eeldwood do? Does she just, like, chill out even as this guy approaches, or does she scamper off? What's the image she's trying to sell?
For sure not. I've been having her stick with Ruko most of the time, and as soon as he gets close, I'll have her just run off.
Okay.
I want to be her act as natural as possible until it's go time.
Got it. You hear the guard once again like, "Ugh, gotta get a damn mouser." And he comes over to these boxes, and he kind of lifts the lids of a few of them, kind of moves a couple of these boxes around, checks to see what's behind them, see if there's anything wrong with them. What is... and let me get from you a stealth check.
Oh no.
Or if you were simply back in your coffin pretending to be dead, a performance check with a pretty big advantage.
That was my hope, was to just be laying back in my coffin. But...
Totally acceptable. Then let me get a very easy DC performance check, because you have a feat to play dead.
Well, you should say that before I roll my -2 stat.
Totally fine. Yeah, He checks them all out. He pushes the boxes back. He kind of goes around, checks a few more boxes, doesn't see anything wrong with it. He does. It's far enough away from that you get the impression he's doing this more out of like curiosity than duty. But there is a point where he flips open the lid to the casket and he sees you and all of this junk that has been thrown in with you. And he just kind of like reads a couple of the titles on the pamphlets and looks at some of the potions, shakes his head one more time.
favorite sachet of black powder.
Right. And again, he just kind of shakes his head. It's like, fuck me. What was the church?
I've got the potions in a bag of holding, if that matters.
Perfect. And
or whatever it's called in Pathfinder.
He closes it again. He doesn't seem to believe that anything is off. He just kind of like shakes his head like, this is so weird. Like, not like this is suspicious, but like, this church is weird. These pilgrims are weird. Whatever they're doing is so strange to me and I don't get it. But he closes it back up. He doesn't cause a fuss. He moves on, checks the rest of the cargo. And eventually you hear the footsteps go back up to the top deck.
Amazing. I just keep that up, so over the next few days.
Wonderful. That being the case, then Ailboat scampers off. Eventually we'll head back up to find Ruko again, but I believe we have Ruko back. So Ruko, if we want to pick up right where we left off. You had just gotten done sending this spirit on its way with a message to deliver and the hope that somebody might be coming for them. And you turn back to Kaz, who did not see any of that and just kind of saw like just your side of the conversation as you were talking to nobody. And I'll be right back as you guys talk to each other.
Yeah, he turned back to Kaz and with a smile, hopeful, and then he cat gags, and then he goes back to smiling. I think it worked.
Are you okay?
She looked really soggy. You ever seen clumps of fur in water? It's really gross.
I have, yes.
It's icky. Anyway, I think that might work. Maybe. It's the best chance.
Hey, why doesn't it smell like a drowned cat over here anymore?
Mm-hmm.
You fought?
He's just gone. No. Yeah, is there anything else I could be of service?
No, not really. I think that was about it. Sorry if it seems like I only come to you and I have a favor to ask, but that was an important one.
Why else would you? He shrugs. Well, it's a nice day. We could play cards sometime, maybe. I mean, I feel like losing, but you know.
Oh, is that the challenge? Do you know how to play cards or only read them?
What else do you... Well, yes. Maybe not the same way you do. Who knows? We'll give it a try.
Sure.
But for now, I think I'm going to chill on the deck for a little while. I'm trying to process what I just promised to the afterlife.
What did you promise and what did you see? I'm curious.
There was a pole from two directions. The one from the desert, from the desolate king where we're from, and another pole to the dead, coming from the direction of where I suppose the Theon is. So there are two great acts of necromancy happening, and both of them are unnatural. And this one seemed to be drifting toward where we're headed. The idea was that she'll deliver a message to your brother, a message of freedom, but to deliver the same message to those of her kind, and maybe, if they're not so lost and afraid and confused, they have some sort of sense of freedom that might be more cooperative if we try to save them. I don't know. I don't really know. I'm new at this. But it seems like it'll work. I don't know.
Well,
Doing my best.
let's hope so. Do you see any other bodies on the water?
Um,
Does that happen often? Do you see things I and the rest of us can't?
yeah, sort of. Yeah. Well, it's gotten a lot worse lately, or better. Like more
More frequent.
attuned, more definition. You know, yeah. Usually I just kind of sense a feeling, one that's not mine, and I kind of just give an essence of something in the area. But lately it's been getting a lot more specific, which is a blessing and a curse, because sometimes it's really yucky, and sometimes it's useful. I don't know. But yeah. I see one dead thing. Looks like a pelican, a bird.
You guys are able to eventually sit down and play some cards. What do you play? Is it a gambling game? Is it just like war?
Absolutely.
What are you doing? Excellent. Let's have a character. What is it? What is your style like when you gamble? How is Kaz as a
God.
card player?
Kaz is like a very like. I mean, I guess it kind of depends on the game. Like, I'm imagining just like Texas Hold'em because that's where my mind always goes.
Exactly. Same.
I'm imagining he's a very kind of like quiet, plays his cards close to the vest sort of player. Like he doesn't really flourish much aside from when he's like dealing. And then he doesn't like cheat or anything, but you know he really like he does some fancy shuffles. He fans out the cards. He does like fanciful little turns and stuff when he gets to like the flop in the river.
This makes a lot of sense. It's not so much he's not putting on a face. He's not doing a lot of outward boasting, lying. He's just playing the cards. And I assume that he's not like a safe. Like he will make bets. He will make bluffs, but he's not like backing it up with outward lies. He is just playing quietly. He's playing the card.
Yeah,
that makes a lot of sense.
At the card table, like he's very different than like his swashbuckler actual fighting style. He's very quiet, reserved, kind of just like goes with what's given. But also like if he does have something, or if he doesn't have something, he feels like the other people don't. He'll bluff and stuff too. But none of it's like very like showy or like braggadocious in any sort of. He's got a hell of a poker face.
That makes a lot of sense. How about Ruka? What's Ruka like when he plays card?
Ollie, I admit to a real life absolute void of knowledge in terms of cards.
That's totally fine.
Full sail.
So I suppose that like a guiding question here is, does he just kind of play quietly what the cards tell him to do, or does he try to make his own luck by outwardly lying and like trying to use his voice and his characteristic, or like his character and his personality and his mannerisms to sell a lie? In other words, does he play with his head or does he play with his face? Does he try to sell lies to other people as he's playing?
I think Ruko's expressions the whole time is just enjoying himself. He's enjoying the vibe. He's enjoying this game, right? Which won't reveal much as to if he's doing well or not. And maybe he doesn't quite know if he's doing that well. But his whole focus is on just reading the micro expressions, the vibes, the feel of things, that he just plays along into that in a way that's deceptive.
That makes a lot of sense. He's less about trying to sell his own hand, and he's more about trying to see through other people. That certainly tracks.
Right.
Got it. Wonderful. Then you guys are able to play cards for a little while. I'll leave it up to you if you want to roll and actually pass money back and forth. That's kind of on you guys. But it's enough to kill a little time. Eventually, evening starts to set. Oh, what you got?
Kaz does want to play for money at first, but then Cackles hops up onto the table and says, "Deal me in!"
I think with Cackles there, I think eventually with the gameplay and all that, it eventually divulged into like Ruko inventing outfit ideas for Cackles and like wanting to like collaborate like,
Right,
with
right.
different like make a little story here, like a adventure out or a
What are you talking
something,
about
something.
fashion right now? We're at the table. Be serious.
I am serious. He places the card
There's
down
big
without
plays
looking
going on. Big money being exchanged. Focus. You got any twos?
He looks through his deck. What?
Kaz, you quickly realized that if you wanted to, you could walk away with all of Ruko's money and also all of your money given to Cackles.
See, that's the thing, is that as soon as Cackles gets up to the table, he's like,
Right.
oh, I don't have anything. And then Kaz is like, okay, we'll play for this. And then
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
literally playing for peanuts.
Amazing.
That yeah. Ruko's very frugal. He's way for the idea of for peanut. Good.
Cackles doesn't know how to play poker.
Perfect. Then yeah, eventually sun starts to set. You hear the bell for dinner. People kind of go in shifts to grab what they want. And you guys all regroup as a party and kind of go over your finding. If there's anything you'd like to discuss, we can. Whenever you want, I can go ahead and fast forward us to the point where you guys get to the cape.
Okay. One last note on the little card game. I feel like once we're inside and we finish the weird mystical nonsense and the weird spooky shit, I don't know. I feel like maybe the vibe you get from Ruko is that he's being like normal and social and just kind of, I don't know, just a positive, nice guy to be around. I guess it's probably fun. Less of the weird, suspicious stuff.
Yeah. You've traveled alongside him or near him for quite some time, Kaz, but it is different once he finally opens up and you get to interact with him.
You know, you're a lot less spookier than I thought you were at first.
Yeah. And he pulls out a doll that he got needles in it. I'm kidding.
And we're back. Excellent. Dinner comes, dinner goes. Branch, do you go back up at any point, and do you bring anyone with you?
Anyone who wants to come. Kaz doesn't really like me much right now.
I guess the first question here is, do you tell anybody that you're doing this?
Do I note the weird vibes between these two?
Let me roll real quick.
Because that's PvP, I'll kind of leave it up to you to decide how obvious it is. But if it was up to me, that would be like your perception check against probably like a DC 14, because it's pretty obvious.
Sure.
He's not gonna actively like say, "Oh, me, I had a falling out with Kaz" or anything. It's like the third one that's happened.
It's just
to anyone.
just
he's been
noted.
hanging out with.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I guess how is Kaz portrayed? Like, is he avoiding Branch? Is he like oddly quiet, gold?
He's not like avoiding Branch or anything, but he is probably like a little more curt than normal. Like just like if they're all at dinner together, like he's not really like going out of his way to talk to Branch, or like if Branch says anything to him, it's just like very brief responses, sort of stuff.
Like they had a fight.
at
Respect.
at like actually he'll come to you, Ethan, first, and essentially say, "So I know you're good at talking when you need to be. As
Pretend?
you're really good at pretending. As for fucking Ruko, he can be charismatic, but in like a lovable weird guy sort of way.
He's a lovable weird guy, isn't he?
Yeah, but not when
In
they're
a creepy sort of way.
yeah, and that's useful until it isn't. And Foster's kind of an almost no-go, so I'm just gonna ask you right now. You want to go talk to the captain later? I kind of got something scheduled with her.
Okay. What's up with the captain?
We're doing that fucking thing where we obviously both have the same thing in our mind, but like we neither of us have the balls to say anything because it's gonna like backfire immediately. We're not talking about fucking. We're talking about like revolution. But
Oh, okay. I wasn't thinking about the first one, but
yeah, I get you. But the moral of the story, I don't think she likes the current Church of AA much, and I've kind of given up the vibe that I don't either, which is true, which is not under the guise that she thinks. So it'd be nice to talk and see how well she allies with us, right?
Right. What's my read on the pirate captain? Not pirate captain, just the captain.
With your 17 earlier, you're very certain of her combat capabilities, but more importantly, she is well liked and respected by her crew. She's very rebellious and free in the sense that she is more concerned with results than following procedure. Which is not to say that she scoffs procedure at every chance that she gets, but you've seen her on more than one occasion be like, no, skip that, we don't need it right now, focus on that instead. In a way that is like more
pragmatic.
Exactly, a lot more pragmatic, a lot more chaotic, rather than
less by the book.
Checklist. You do also see on the 17 that she is very deferent to the Cyril guards. They feel out of place aboard her ship. It's obvious that they are there as a second party. They are not part of her crew. They are there to protect her crew. And she treats them as mercenaries, not as like co-workers or friends.
Yo, why did we just take their spot instead of trying to commandeer the ship?
Well, we kind of rushed instead of gathering information. Like I tried, but you know.
No, this is gonna be better anyway. You're right.
This is better. This is we're playing it by the seat of our pants, and that's when magic happens. I'm assuming your plan involves magic.
It does involve magic, but mostly just the magic of believing in yourself.
It's the strongest kind of magic.
True.
Yeah. Very well. We'll try kind of touch base with the captain, and we'll see what we can work with. As far as I know, those guards and her, they're not tight. That's what you say, right? Tight.
Sure. Yeah. Tight.
Yeah, they're not tight. They don't roll deep with each other.
Hey, where are you fucking learning that? Where'd you learn that one? I ain't use that around you.
I learned from other people.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. You'll be a great.
Thankfully, other people teach me slang.
Hey, hello, fellow kids. What are you saying today? Okay, good. Awesome. I kind of got the feeling too that she was in good graces with them. So I don't know if she's.
I think they're just employed, right? They protect her ship or protect her crew, and that's it.
Well, I'm gonna. I know I got you on board. I'm gonna go see if I can, or you can, if you'd like, talk to Kaz and ask him. You know,
Happened there.
Talk with us. What?
Since a little bit of stiffness going on between you.
I just said some things. He'll get over it.
Okay, like the usual things.
What do you mean the usual things?
Somewhere a match is struck next to a bridge.
Jelly puts a hand on Branch's shoulder. Branch. We've known each other long enough, and I can just tell you, you have this way with words.
Oh yeah, like the silver tongue thing that Cass told me about the other day. Honestly, I think he's giving me too much credit, but I took it as a compliment.
Yeah, there are things you say that need to be said, but you say it in like, you know, you say it with more bitterness than sweetness. Or just neutralness, really.
I mean,
I think you usually say what needs to be said, is what I have to say about it. It's just, when you come at it at a very confrontational way, or accusatory way, people tend to clam up and get defensive.
I mean, I guess.
With time, it'll get better. Like you said, you'll get over it. But it'd be nice if you smooth things over too.
I mean, ain't it like good to at least get some stuff off your chest that you've been thinking? At least.
Yeah, I bet he's thinking about a lot of things right now.
Yeah.
I saw him with
Um,
Ruko. I think he's replaced you. Says playfully.
I ain't seen those two talk very much. I guess
I've
that's
never
good.
seen them interact.
I kind of was trying to think they didn't know each other existed for a bit, but no.
I know that they know each other's names. That's
good.
about it.
What you
Have you
talking
checked
about?
on
My
Foster
fu-
lately?
Oh yeah, I gave him a. Oh, wait, do you think? Do you think he might have finished the pamphlet already? I gave him another.
You gave him.
Just like reading to keep him tying him over, you know.
I'll see if I can drop him some literature that isn't about sex.
It's like easy to carry their pictures just in case like you're reading his stuff in there, you know.
Yeah, I know it's not.
Although
It's
I
not
guess
like
like
it's
he'd have
Thaddeus
trouble.
pictures. He's got a lady.
I guess he'd have trouble seeing them in the dark anyway. Never mind. Okay.
I'll actually know if Foster could probably see in the dark.
Okay, fine. I'll smooth
I'll-
things over with Kaz. I'll go talk to him myself. All right.
Drop him my notes, and I'll go say hi, and then we'll come meet up together with the captain.
Yeah.
Sound the plan? Like the plan?
Sure. Like, okay. You think if I go up and talk to you with you guys that I'm gonna say some shit that'll make her not want to side with us?
You spoken with her already?
Yeah. She seemed pretty chill.
Then I don't see you saying anything worse that could make her not. Like if she's even chill, then she's probably chill.
Yeah. But what am I gonna drop a fucking like Cyril and racial slur or something?
I don't know any Cyril and racial slurs.
Oh, I can teach you some.
Okay.
Oh, I know.
We'll do it in the free time. I know Cyril, and I just never picked up any of the racial slurs.
All right.
What's a bogey?
I'll tell you later.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. So I'm just gonna. So yeah, I'll gather everyone else who can't. Probably not Foster unless we find a really good cover. But like, I'll gather everyone who's above deck and be like, "Yo, Captain wants to see us." Until I get to Kaz, which I'm like, "Fuck, hey, useless fuckface." Captain wants. No, no. But yeah, I'll talk to Ruko and Kaz and be like, while they're playing cards, probably, and be like, I got us an audience with the captain if you guys want to come up and, talk.
Oh, wait. Right before you pop in, Ruko would have placed a card down. Kaz and just like casually slipped in. Do you know those novel things that Branch has been slipping in for Foster?
Oh, this matter.
Yeah, I replaced 4 of the faces, the orgasm faces, with the effigy of a crawdad. I don't think they've noticed yet, which means he's not reading them. And then Branch will pop in.
One movie he likes.
What, the captain?
Yeah. Also, Ruko, you're holding this upside down, and I don't even think this card belongs in this game. and he like tosses away what's probably like a Yu-Gi-Oh card you're holding or something.
It's a joke.
Yes,
I'm
I also,
missing a Yu-Gi-Oh card.
I've told you so many times already. You don't place your cards. You have to. Those are just your cards this whole time.
How do you play it without exchanging cards? Okay.
Yeah.
There's not even knives in this game either.
So, looks like she wants to get something off her chest. I think we'll humor her for a bit, right?
You mean like a medical kit or like a social?
I mean, like, she's, and I'll look around and like whisper to both of them, unhappy with the current, Cyril and fucking, Cyril and MO, and like gesture towards the other guards to the like mages, and I think it'd be good to see what she actually thinks of that. who knows? Maybe we can, you know, get this going without a hitch.
Oh,
Would be a lot nicer than the alternative.
what? You're having a great game. Yeah, we can talk to him.
All right.
I'd much rather show some dissent than have to kill anybody. Do you want me to do you in?
Fuck it. Sure. Why not?
You guys continue to play a few rounds.
Ante up, bitch boy!
Playing for peanuts. I am curious, since you jumped in, what Branch's style is like when he plays cards, especially and particularly when he plays cards against Kaz right now.
He's probably not acting any different to Kaz while playing cards, at least. But his whole thing is just fucking like trying to sow dissent, trying to lie about what he's got in his hand. Like most of the time just stone face and stuff like that. Or like yeah. It's very like yeah. So.
He's the instigator then. He is the guy
He's
that
the
you
instigator.
need to make a hidden role game work, where he is the one who sows the first lie from which all other lies spawn.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. Okay. Got it.
I feel like Kaz would probably recognize Ruko's tip of his tail on the floor would kind of like thrum a little bit without him noticing whenever he thinks that Branch is lying. Just everyone's observing each other, watching, playing game. Dun, 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 dun.
Eventually, as you guys are all sitting around playing cards, you do see that the captain comes in, grabs a little bit of food, and just sits down at the table next to you guys and begins to eat her dinner. It is just you guys and the cook in here for now.
She sat down at the table with us?
Just the one right next to you guys.
Okay. I'll kind of just like nod at her.
She
Kind of
does
like,
she just, hey, what are you playing?
Wex's ass hold'em.
Wex's
I've had to
asshole.
teach these guys a couple of times.
Hey, I fucking knew before.
No, you're great.
Well, what are the stakes?
I just kind of. Well, right now we're playing for peanuts. I love them.
She does kind of call over to the chef. Hey, do we have peanuts? And he fetches out a little bag, and she goes over and grabs a handful. Sits down with peanuts and puts them on the table.
Cackles like squints at them. Those unsalted?
No, they're salted. Why? Unsalted in the shell?
Okay, I'm just curious.
Yeah, I don't think they make those. I mean, presumably right off the tree, but...
Freeze.
So,
You know, I've heard that some people boil these.
peanuts?
Yeah,
I could see
that's
it.
fucking crazy.
Well, I haven't tried it. I would have to try it before I could say.
It's so gross.
A moan from below deck.
Yeah, we've got to get to the cape so that Foster is not stuck in a box downstairs.
No, good.
I'm down there with him right now.
Oh, fair. Okay, yeah, if you want to be down there, that is totally cool. Then to those of you who are here, especially to Ruko, she looks over to Ruko and says, so I was talking with your friend a little bit earlier. What order of the church are you with?
I have ways to answer this question. Wait, come on. I actually know a lot more than I should. Hold on. I've got a feat. I can pretend to be all the.
You sure do. In fact, I think with the feat there isn't even a check necessary, or if so, you at least get a big bonus to it.
Yeah. It's the deceptive worship.
Excellent. It
Also,
essentially means you can use
experience.
occultism for all of this instead of deception. So go and open with an occultism check real quick, and we'll just let that kind of color the rest of the conversation as we go forward.
You got like that one.
That's pretty good.
Wow.
Yeah, so you can essentially make up things, and we'll assume that it is good.
Yeah. Yep.
The reason that I ask is because it sounds very similar to the part of the church that I grew up in when I was young. You don't see it a lot very more. It seems that a lot of the church has moved on to this new ideology, and I miss the old ways a little bit.
That catches my attention. What do I know about the past of the church before they all went crazy cult-like and homicidal?
Give me a society check. Or a religion check, because it's specifically about religion. Yeah, you would at least know enough to have a rough understanding that hundreds of years ago, like half a thousand years ago, the Church of Aeva was very much about art and beauty and travel and music. And over time, especially over the course of the Golden Wars, it started to evolve into a very nationalist and a very theocratic kind of our way is the right way. It became more authoritarian and less about freedom and beauty and more about Elvis first.
All the way.
I feel like breaking into song, but I can't.
So, Syrian native, I'm assuming.
Born and raised, yes. I travel a little bit. But yes, I've lived there my entire life.
Yeah. Here, it's nice for the people who it's nice for.
It is a shame. It's fine enough. We're prosperous. I have a very comfortable life. I'm thankful. We live in very safe times. Shy of the Emmerichs, 30 or 40 years ago. Even then, we were well protected. We've kept the Inner Kingdoms protected. I really don't have any room to complain. Things are very comfortable. I just kind of miss the way that things used to be, I guess. It felt more honest. It felt more pure, I think.
More song, expression.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Chapter.
there was a lot more. When I was growing up, the message was always learn your neighbors and love them. And now it seems to be learn your neighbors and defend against them. And I suppose both are found within the scriptures, but the priorities have shifted.
Well, I thought with as much traveling as you do, you'd probably know that keeping the Inner Kingdom safe from other things doesn't exactly keep them safe from us.
Safe from us?
You don't know what I mean?
I'm not sure that I do.
Its own people, right? We're all free-spirited in our own ways.
Have you ever been to a Famador? Port town off the...
No, I've heard of it. I've never been.
So, and I also need to, Famador is part of the Inner Kingdoms, right?
Correct, yes.
Yeah. It's just a little town turned kind of safe haven for those abandoned by Eden about 40 or 50 years back.
Yes, I've heard all sorts of things. I heard that we're going there to reinforce. There were some bad monster attacks a couple of decades ago, and we sent forces there to try to set up a bulwark.
Yeah, so you get it. All right, good.
Yeah, never been myself though.
Yeah, it's a thriving community of people from all walks of life. The types who kind of wanted to seek something else. Ones who weren't exactly happy with what they had in whatever country or creed they were from before and wanted, to see what life would have been like elsewhere.
Sure. I mean, that was always the Adendric dream. But the melting pot has been lifted off of the burner and into some other room that's not even in the kitchen. It's very fascinating. I'm afraid I don't have much of a ear to the ground on politics. I don't know what things are like in Eden anymore. I just know that it was in the news several decades ago. There were big attacks, and so we sent some people to shore up defenses.
Don't mistake me. Don't. Uh, but even if the pot's gone, the fire's still there. We're not. They're. Sorry. There. There's a lot more to it than than you might think.
You traveled there, I assume, as part of your pilgrimage?
I spent a long time there, actually.
What was it like? What was the music like? What was the culture like?
And here's one. He kind of like sits back and like you could walk a couple blocks, see performances from dance styles and um to performances from dance styles you ain't ever seen before, smells you ain't even comprehended, accents that were combinations of cultures that you ain't even think interacted before. Then you walk a couple more blocks and you see the homeless starving. You see bodies in the street being waiting to get cleaned up and forgotten about. Thatched roofs waiting for the next leak. And then you gotta walk a couple more blocks and you see, well, maybe not a blocks. You walk a mile to the northern side of the city and you see the elven districts where they live in luxury.
Do elves have a lot of population there? I mean, I know we have a military presence to help fight off the monsters, but
um, this is where I turn to you. I'm not exactly. It does, and from what I understand, there is like a essentially like red line, real good, nice elf community in fucking Famador, right?
especially since the occupation started, yes. That you would know that that sticks out like a sore thumb. It's not how the community has always been. But since the occupation, there is kind of a little Cyrillin that has formed in the wealthier part of town, yeah.
Yeah, they're living it up down there, and if you if you're sick of Cyrillin, you'd find a good place there, considering who you are.
Sick of Cyrillin.
You're. Am I right in saying that?
She kind of pauses for a moment and she says, give me, oh boy, give me a perception check. She,
How many hero points do we have?
it is after 10, so you have your second round if you want.
Sure. Yeah, why not? Sure.
I don't know if I would say that I'm sick of Cyrillin. We're the greatest nation on the planet. I'm afforded a tremendous number of luxuries by virtue of being born in the right place at the right time. I am a little worried about where we're headed. I think a lot of people are. I don't know if I'm worried enough that I would move. Certainly not.
You'd be fine there. Honestly, you'd be smart to stay.
I see. I'll have to at least visit if I can find the time. You know, life is busy. I've got to keep sailing to keep food on the table.
Tell me about it. You smoke?
No, I quit a long time ago.
Shame.
They say each one cuts a decade off your life.
I'm still alive.
Let's hope they don't start saying that about drink.
Drink, I do. That I haven't heard anything bad about that yet.
So, you like the homeland, you like your people, and yeah, you think you're doing well. Why'd you come talk to us?
I think it's mostly just nostalgia. You remind me of what the church was like when I was growing up. I remember hearing about pilgrimages that would come back with statues and clothes and songs that were different. And I always thought that that sounded very romantic, very fantastical. To go out and see the world in the ways that it was different. To come back and share that. And you just don't see very much of that anymore.
Ruko does a little flourish of the cards. He flips them. Kaz gets the impression that maybe he's just been faking it this whole time. Or maybe you just want to lose all your peanuts.
I admit I'm not as religious as I once was. With no disrespect to the mother, and she kind of looks up and does a quick holy sign. She watches and protects us all. But I suppose that I've been just a little disillusioned with where her children are headed, and so it's refreshing to see a part of her faith that resonates with me. At the very least, I figured that I could spare a drink or two for those people. If all of you do drink.
Wine's probably the most
Sure.
beautiful of the drinks.
You might be right. You might be right.
Phew. Yeah. I want to do it.
Yeah, what do you want to do?
I want to get some wine or something out and pour it and hand her one with the wooden hand that's like disguised a little. That's still like disguised. And I'm hoping that that's subtle enough to where like other people on the table, if like they want to say, oh fuck, don't do that. That's a stupid idea. Feel free, but yeah.
Who's currently here? Am I here?
That is up to you. You had mentioned that you were down with Foster, but if you want to come up for this conversation, that is fine.
Yeah, I was with Foster, but I said we would meet together with the captain.
Right. At the very least, you're near the stairwell, so you'd probably be able to hear her voice having this conversation.
Yeah. All I really do is check up on Foster anyway, and I give him my notes on the important people on the ship. Like, hey, for your planning purposes, these are the big targets to worry about. And like who's likely to attack us. So, and like, hey, these are their strengths and weaknesses.
Oh, okay, sweet. Are any of them afraid of bugs?
You know, with my esoteric knowledge, I do find their weakness. If one of them is weirdly averse to bugs.
God, that is true. Sure, hang on, give me a second.
Gonna roll. All of them are averse to bugs.
Well, that's
I'm
great
going to assume high is good.
You do find... This is so appropriate, actually. You find that one of the wardens kind of freaks out a little bit when he spots a spider going below deck to check on the cargo. And he kind of like flinches back and smashes it real fast in a way that suggests that he's kind of creeped out by spiders. And you do actually find that Drizhat, there's like a fly that is kind of like flying around the place while he's trying to eat, and he is so fixated on that fly. In a weird kind of flinchy way. Like the fly lands close to his food, and he kind of like scoots the chair back, like he's...
That's so odd. Okay.
Yeah. So he's definitely got some weird stuff going on with bugs too.
Yeah, I note those, like, it would be this one, the warden, and Jazak himself.
Okay.
The biggest threat in the ship.
Well, hopefully he comes down here.
I feel like at some point we're going to be bringing you up.
That's the plan.
There is
How
a
much extra
plan...
weight can I add to a ship before it sinks?
Could I tell that? What could I do?
Oh my god. You can give me esoteric.
I have warfare lore.
I don't know if warfare...
How to sink a ship.
I'd give it to you as a slant. This is not super specific. Sailing lore
I have
would be
esoteric
appropriate.
lore then.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
sailing lore would be esoteric lore. Yeah.
Let's see.
What's the weakness of a ship? I don't fucking know. 16.
You're not sure.
I pretended to be on the ship for a while.
Yeah. You know there probably is a theoretical maximum because they limit how much cargo is put onto a ship. But you assume it would probably have to be a lot.
Probably a lot. How much can you make?
A lot.
Yeah, I'd say if you could make a whale, it would probably sink a ship. That sounds safe, right?
Okay, so stay under a whale. I can do that.
I'm not sure what your plan is, and I
You
don't
know,
know if asking about it would make it fail.
it's still it'll be developing until it's time to execute.
I like those kind of plans. They evolve. They adapt.
Ah,
Do
but
you need
then
anything? Do you want some bone powder?
That would be amazing. Ruko, or not Ruko, Branch keeps bringing me porn instead of bone powder, and it's just
I'll just drop him like a nice big
some
package.
bone
Just
meal
go
would be
for
so
it.
nice.
There you go. Some spackle.
Ah, thank God.
Just trowels it on.
but then
Goes
you
into the
start to
crack.
hear the captain playing cards with the gang upstairs.
Yeah, I'll join them.
Then you are
Room for one
present when
more?
you see Branch doing this.
What's he doing again?
I'm handing her a drink in a way that like would like make my like obviously fake but like disguised hand brush up against her as a subtle way to tell her, hey, there's a little more going on here.
And I've been hearing her speak
Yeah,
at the stairwell.
you heard at least a
Yeah.
tail end of the conversation. You mentioned that she is
Perception check.
nostalgic for the way that the church used to be.
I think I interrupt this interaction by like joining the scene. Like, room for one more?
Oh, yes, of course. And she kind of like scoots to make room.
You could take my spot. I've been getting dealt shit hands all night.
Here, how about? And he like fishes a snack out, just gives it to Cackle.
You're all right.
Ah.
Gets up, takes the snack, and then sits on your lap and eats it.
Aw.
Just petting him.
What is it?
Okay.
What's the snack?
All right, what are you playing? Let's see. What snack can we get at the seaside? I think it's like dried fish,
Yeah, makes sense.
sun dried.
I don't know about sun-dried fish, but I don't know enough about fish to know if that's the thing.
Well, you have to salt it and then dry it in the sun.
Yeah, that would work.
Put it on like a rack. He
Perfect.
sees this and his ears perk up.
It's very crunchy, very crunchy.
He starts gobbling on it immediately before Prickle Biscuits comes by.
I'm hungry.
I'm thinking of like a very Filipino. It's called dilis. It's a deep fried little tiny fish, and they're very crunchy.
I don't actually think I know that. Hold on.
Very salty, very crunchy.
I want potato chips all of a sudden.
They're like the potato chips of the sea,
Right. Shortly
but
after
like
you sit
imagine
down,
tiny fish.
like sardines almost.
Yeah.
Shortly after you sit down,
Smaller.
you do see that Branch starts to hand over a bottle of wine using his replacement arm. And she takes it and says, "Oh, of course. Let me grab some glasses." She goes over and grabs a couple of glasses, pours herself a drink, and then hands it over. And you do see that she kind of looks at you a few times, Branch, and eventually takes a drink of the wine and says, "If it's not rude to ask, what's the story there?"
I'll look around the table for like. You want to say anything? It's I like glances of like how much does everyone want to say right now? Because Branch is willing to like almost like blow our cover without saying that we're gonna take the ship.
Well, what's the point of blowing our cover if, like, we're going to take the ship anyway?
We might have a sympathizer here who'll like just say,
Or
"Oh,
someone who'll start the alarm?
yeah."
Because then we'll be without a captain. Well, one of us can pretend to be the captain.
I lost it in Vendor.
Oh. I see. The natives? A monster?
The church.
Which one?
joint effort between Edis and Ave almost.
You watch her expression go very sour. You're... For what?
uh, uh, larceny is stealing, right?
Yeah.
Larceny. Truth be told, that is the punishment. At least in Famador.
That's not very becoming of the church.
Well, that's the church I grew up under.
I don't remember any classes telling me that it was okay to steal. What did you steal anyway? What was worth your arm?
Does that matter? All that matters is the thing. All that matters is the action, right?
I suppose. If it is in the past, if you've been forgiven.
Not everyone starts working for the cloth, right?
Certainly not, no.
No.
Was this your turnaround moment? Is that what led you to the church?
Just leans back and just like almost like the like sarcastic whistle that a lot of Hispanics do, and then no. But it is why I worked for them. It's why I was under their tutelage for years, why I got to know a lot about them. And why I hate them.
You see that she stiffens up in her chair a little bit. She is playing it cool, but it is obvious to anyone watching her face that she realizes that you may not be... You might have... You've tipped your hand a little bit here, and she is not sure how to react to that. I see. You still travel with them?
It's hard not to.
You
Life
don't
like
do-
that for a while. It's hard to get rid of it completely.
I see. So you don't do these pilgrimages by choice?
Not for a while. But then it became the only thing I knew how to do.
That's... if you don't mind my saying, that's rather sad. When I saw you come aboard, I thought it was beautiful. And to know that you're doing it under duress poisons the little bit of nostalgia that I was having for it. That's a shame. The rest of you, are you... I mean, he's speaking openly. I assume that... Are all of you doing this voluntarily? Why do you go on these pilgrimages?
We're all sitting around the table, right?
Yeah.
Awkwardly sipping drink. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Have you ever heard of a place called Belmora, Captain?
No, I haven't.
That's because Cyril will burn it to the ground. I go on these pilgrimages because I do not have a home to return to. He says that very, like, coldly and matter-of-factly as he just, like, deals another hand.
She looks over to Ruko.
Ruko's shoulders relax a little bit, trying to break some of the tension. He leans forward, places another card out of sequence, then retracts it.
That's not...
Don't. I'll destroy you. Don't worry. I, on the other hand, I feel like maybe we are aligned in several ways. I do this by choice, perhaps a stressful one, but you know, I think it would be better if people could return to the music, the old church, like you said. Free expressions, you know, creativity. Adventure, wanderlust, the good things you see. That I believe in.
She nods a little.
You know,
And you? And she looks over to Ethan.
He's kind of looking at his cards thoughtfully, and he reaches over for like the wine ewer or the jug. I don't know where it's at. He pours around for everyone, and he says, "I was chosen to handle the undead situation, but I'm also unhappy with with the way, the direction the church is headed. It's troubling."
It's been a long time since I've spoken this openly about these thoughts. It's very interesting. I didn't realize that we were forcing people into serving the church like that. What of your friend? What happened to him? What? And you see that she kind of like thinks she's having a realization moment, and she says, "What actually happened to your friend?"
Syphilis.
Oh my god.
That's it.
She laughs and she takes another couple drinks. It's like, all right, keep your secrets. That's fine. I shouldn't have pried.
He would have loved that joke.
Yeah.
For one out too.
Well, I'm very sorry to hear that. I hope that whatever actually happened, and she kind of just lets it trail off there. I don't think she wants to volunteer anything, but it's clear from her expression that she recognizes that all of you are not happy with the church, or at least where a lot of the church is going right now, and that several are here under duress. She's not really sure what to make of any of this, except that she knows you guys aren't happy with the church. And she seems at least a little sympathetic to that.
Let's cut to the chase again. Why? I know you don't exactly like the way that you and the crew talk about the guards, or after around the the other Cyrillin, the occupiers
Sure.
of the ship, the ones decked out in yellow guards,
The Templars, yeah.
guards, the Templar, yeah. It's how people in family react to them. It's how most normal people, not allied with the church's dogma, act to them. And it's almost comforting to see people from the motherland acting that way. It means that you're not all like that. I can appreciate it.
She kind of narrows her eyes and looks at you and says, "From the motherland. We are not all like that."
The Cyril, I remember hearing before Cyrillin referred to as the motherland.
Absolutely,
by, like,
yeah. You're not from the motherland.
Like I told you, you spent more time in Famador than anywhere else. There are a lot of... You'll find other Cyrillins from there, too. They want to make it a home away from home. All that shit I told you about the about the rest of the world coming to see it. I mean, to be there and make it, just add parts of their home to it. Cyrillin just wants it to be Cyrillin again. Now that doesn't sound very nice everywhere else that's occupied it, huh?
I see. I understand. So You were born there, you were raised there. You've never known what it is like to be part of Cyrillin proper.
Does that matter?
I suppose it doesn't.
No. So, you've been asking a lot. I think I have one question for you.
Of course.
All that shit you have down there, the cargo,
Yes.
you know what it's going to be used for?
Uh, I'm sure that most of it is turned to medicine, to potions. I know some of it is turned into reagents for spell casting. I know some of it is sent to the front lines. I don't know. It's used for a lot of things. Magic is not my specialty, but I know most of it is used for magic and alchemy.
How much medicine did Foster find down there? Like actual like things that could be used for like recovery and stuff like that potentially.
I mean, he's trained in medicine. He recognizes. In fact, he's got the natural medicine feat. A lot of it is useful for medicine. A significant chunk of it is necromantic reagents that can be used to create potions. Probably more than half.
Okay. And what one more thing. The front lines, can you give me a little bit of a Branch might know about it cuz but like what are like they fighting? What's like
Give me a society check.
all right.
My people.
Yeah.
Yeah, you wouldn't know all the details, but the first things that come to mind are technically everybody's still at war with the Imrics down in the jungles of Patakak. They are always fighting against the pirates of Gorchiga. You would know through Ruko that they are always trying to hunt down Spirit Weavers. They view it as a terrorist organization that they're trying to squash. Those would be the big three.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. Squash the Emerics. Or he says it that loud. Yeah, yeah, stuff to squash the Emerics and anyone else who raises a fist to them, right?
That's, I believe so. I'm sure that some of it is sent that way. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why do you ask?
Just curious. Wanted to see how much the captain knew about their own cargo.
Well, I usually have a pretty good beat on what is on my ship.
You know, a while ago, back in Famidor, don't know if you heard the news, but a citizen, let's call them, was unhappy with the way the current um the current leadership in Famidor was acting. Went ahead and blew up a Cyrillin church.
I remember hearing about that. Yeah.
Yeah. Only a matter of time before Famidor has a tighter grip placed on them.
It's a shame, I guess. I guess I assumed that they would be happy that we're going over there to protect them from the monsters, but I suppose if they're seeing all of that wealth and if we're really setting up isolated areas of wealth, it is not a good look.
Yeah,
I'm sure a lot
you
of
could
people are
say that.
unhappy.
No. One thing I've heard is that in many regions, the monsters only happen when strife happens with conquest. It stirs up nature, and that's the reason why the monsters come from the woods and the darkness to attack. It's kind of just strange.
That may be. I don't know a lot about monsters, but it would make sense. I know that they were spawned in the war like 40 or 50 years ago, but I thought that they were kind of serving another god initially. You'll have to forgive me. I haven't been paying close attention to the church in my studies for some time.
For better or for worse. Maybe that's why you're not so tight knit with them. Maybe that's why I actually enjoy talking to you, other than, you know, other Sirlins.
I'm glad to hear that. And you do see that, like, boy, give me a perception check.
Everyone as well.
Sure, anybody that wants to. I don't think Branch picks up on a thing, but we'll see if anybody else does. Maybe not.
He's underground.
Yeah, fair. Oh my god, guys.
That's okay. I have 2 hero points.
Hang on, the game logged me out.
Oh no.
Oh no, that happens to me occasionally too.
That's much better. We'll see what Kaz's role is, but Athan for sure. Ruko would be able to catch a little bit of this. Ruko
Rolls are hot garb. What's going on?
right. It is crazy. Ruko notices that she like kind of genuinely laughs when Branch says, "Oh, that's why I enjoy talking to you." It seems like she's relaxing a little bit when she hears that. Athan, you see that a huge amount of relief washes over her face when she hears that. She has been, I don't know if scared is the right word for it, but she has been getting the impression over the course of this conversation that she just sat down at a table with a bunch of people who have very dangerous ideas about the church. And she feels like maybe she is in over her head all of a sudden. And for Branch to be like, no, things are cool, comes as a big relief to her.
I guess some added context to the to the way like Branch kind of acted is that he kind of went into the whole ship stealing thing as like, oh, this is a ship filled with like Cyril extremists because that's all how he's always kind of viewed it, or shit like that. Like everyone from
Now
there
he's
is
seeing
bloody
that's
and
not.
destroy. But yeah,
That's true. That might be
secondly,
I was going to say, from Branch's perspective, this might be the first time that you've seen a Cyril native who is not super duper patriotic and religious. Yeah.
I pour her another drink or like a top up her mug or whatever as I read this, and I'm like, oh, ease up, Captain. You don't have to keep a stiff shoulder around me. I'm near retirement.
Sorry, yeah, I guess I came into this expecting one thing and wasn't sure what I would get. I guess in some ways, if I can be honest, I am a little disappointed to see that the parts of the church that I once liked are now treated so poorly. They are treated like outcasts.
yeah, everyone only wants what's best for them and their people, right?
I think that is certainly true. Nobody does anything that they don't think is best for them. But I think that for hundreds and hundreds of years, the church taught that what is best for us is cooperation, and they don't teach that anymore. You've heard of the prisoner's dilemma, I assume.
Yeah, cooperate over and over again, but betray.
You would think that with a species as long-lived as ours, we would remember old lessons. But I think that we've been so enamored with the fast growth of the world around us that we feel tempted into absorbing their ideologies as well.
Yeah. Well,
Trees.
everyone has a grudge against the first person who betrays them. That always, right?
That is how it usually goes.
Then can I be open about one thing?
Of course.
Let's play a little bit of cultural perspective. I'm from Vamador now. You know what's in the what's in the cargo hold. I've told you about recent events. You can connect the dots. You're a captain. You're probably smart. What do you think I think about these? How do you think I'd feel about these reagents getting to their destination?
All of the comfort that she had just found disappears once again, as the implication becomes crystal clear to her. I don't even know if this is what you're trying to do, but give me an intimidation check.
supposed to keep her on our side.
I'll hero point that. Why not?
I don't know what you would think about that. I suppose it's not my business. My business is simply making sure that me and my crew safely make it to our destination and get paid for our labor.
You're a good captain. Cheers. He raises a glass.
She raises a glass, takes a drink. I need to get back to work. It's been lovely speaking with all of you.
I'm gonna glance around the table again,
Captain?
and
Yes.
He just nods at her, like,
Okay.
dismissing her.
Yeah. She walks out and closes the door.
I feel like I'd want to walk with her. Wait, but can I just
Do I get the sense that she's going to betray us now after that?
One thing at a time. What was that, Jaeger?
Yeah, I feel the need to like smooth things out and like just like walk with her for a short distance, non-threateningly. But just for me as a player, what if we just where are we standing right now? What just
That's a good question. Branch, what the fuck is the goal here? Is it to make everyone here against us or with us? What's up?
Do you want me to explain outside of character? I don't know. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Great
Fine.
plan you've got working here, buddy. Cass says he takes another long drink.
Like,
Glad you've got this all worked out.
I'm in with the plan. I just need to know what the fucking plan is. Every single time I think I've got you pegged, it's a different thing.
Honestly, right there was probably like a little bit of resentment, but at the same time, there's a like, the idea that fuck. We've intimidated essentially leadership enough with who we are, what we are, to the point where maybe they don't think they know what's going to happen, or don't know how like things are are going to happen, is going to lead them to like they don't know who we are, is like clear, which means they probably don't even know what we have, which means that like they don't even know if like we're really a threat or like as much of a threat as we seem or anything, right? And yeah.
Ruko, you can
I guess-
absolutely get up and follow if you would like.
Yeah, so my impression of what she just gathered right now, where I'm coming from, it sounds like we just said, you're not going to get to port with your stuff unless you cooperate.
That is kind of the implication, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, I want to perfect my members of the ship and get paid. All right, now our reason of being on the ship is to get to Lateon, right? To get closer to it.
Correct.
And at current trajectory, we're not heading directly toward there?
Correct. You'll be passing over a cape that puts you a few days off from it. But yeah, you're definitely not going to be just sailing past it naturally. You have to go out of the way for it.
Few days off, okay.
From a conversation with the dock workers, how much are they getting paid for this?
I'd have to double check the exact numbers.
Not the,
It's-
how much is the captain and the crew being paid for like this job?
Yeah,
basically?
I'd have to double check the numbers. It is pretty decent pay, pretty standard for this level of work. Which is to say they're not getting rich off of it, but they're paid well to do good work. And I'll double check the exact numbers. It's going to be measured in like a few gold pieces, I think.
Okay.
So it's something that we could like vibe check, like we might be able to foot this if need be.
For sure.
I want to pay for a diversion. Here's 60 gold.
Oh, that's so much money. That's so much money.
Yeah, that's like you're on my side now. That's the simple thing.
Let's cut over to Ruko real quick because this might be time sensitive, or at least I want to know what happens in the first few seconds after this conversation. And we'll jump back to the table where you guys are continuing to talk. Ruko, You kind of, I assume that you're not chasing after her or stalking her,
No.
but when she gets up to leave, you also get up and come out a few seconds behind her. And you see that she has walked over towards the front of the ship, where you see that Vane is over the first mate. And they are talking. It depends on how closely you follow. You can follow right behind her if you want. You can try to get her attention, but that's where she's headed.
And Vane is what position on the ship?
First
what's his
mate.
role?
First mate, also an elf, also bright orange hair. They look related.
Okay, but Vane doesn't know what just happened. Oh God. I want to try to like smooth things out with her real quick, just to try to give some compromise, some options.
Yeah, you kind of call her name, and she stops and turns around and says, yes.
Hey, he tosses a peanut up in the air. He left your peanuts. Sorry about that. He's a little bit of a cynical guy. The intention was not to be intimidating. Look, we're not trying to do anything fishy here. Okay. I'm just. Ugh. Wait, hold on. Let me get my bearings. All right. I think we see eye to eye on a lot of things. Just the old way of the church, expression, free spirits. He gestures wide to the wind and the billowing sails. And I'm a man of compromise. I think we do have good connections to pay up anybody on the ship. But I was just curious, maybe there was a way we could convince you to get to port safely, crew safe, and paid. Regardless, but maybe a bit of a diversion is kind of where our crew would love to get to eventually, perhaps. You can blame it all on us. You'll never see us again. You'll get paid. Everyone's safe.
She
Just
crosses her arms, and she looks at you. Give me a diplomacy check.
he kind of has like a, I don't know, kind of like a meek but like a smile. Like, I know this is crazy, but trying to be friendly. Oh, come on, we're at hero point.
Okay. So, let me make sure that I understand this correctly.
Please, let's get on the same page because I am stressed out after that.
You and your friends are all so disgruntled with the church that you were about to take action aboard my ship. And you were asking my permission. Is that correct?
Not precisely. It's not about the church, actually. We have a place to go. Just to level with you, there's something we need to stop with the greater workings of magic, the undead, and we know that the Cyrillian Church has a very bad opinion about that, so on that we are aligned. We need to fix this, and there's no other way for us to get there except for getting blown off course a little bit. And for that, we would humbly ask your permission and maybe try to work a deal with you to make sure everybody's safe, paid, maybe even a little extra. Huh? I don't know. It's very complicated. Forgive me for imposing this possibility. But I'm trying to bring you in on the same page here, that this might be.
You seem very friendly. Can I ask what you would do if I said no?
Whole set of
Well,
life.
Let me rephrase that. Can I ask what your friends would do if I say no?
I don't know, I was gonna say, them? I've been trying to find out what they're gonna do all the time. It gets. Personally, I would try to mitigate damage, but I can't speak on their behalf, so I would trust your judgment on them as much as my own. I think neither of us like the direction that goes.
She takes your meaning. Okay. All right. All right. So, all right. I value my life. I value the life of my crew. I will do what is necessary to protect them. If that means allowing you to take the ship a few days off course, I can do that. Where you can, boy, boy, oh boy, oh boy, you what you watch first of all. Vane starts to walk over, and she holds a finger up and motions for him to wait. The wardens are staring at this conversation. One of the mages up top is staring at this conversation. She
Ruko like waves at Vane, and then he's got like a posture of somebody who's just like this isn't really important. He's just
right.
smiling, chatting.
I pay these men, and she motions her eyes to the Templar. I pay these men to protect the ship from pirates. I have not heard anything that differentiates your group from pirates, except that you are willing to negotiate rather than kill. Which I
And what
admit,
kind of pirates leave you with more gold than you started? Hmm?
right. I
And
see.
how many Templars know about navigational charts?
I have to ask, if you were willing to simply pay for a ticket, why didn't you say any of this up front?
Well, I wasn't convinced, given the circumstances, that you know, divert an entire ship of cargo that needs to be in on time and a bunch of civilians and Templars to do a little trip for a strange group of adventuring clerics. It didn't seem likely, I guess. And also, the group is a little testy. I don't know. We were on a time crunch here.
So I've seen. All right. I. Where is it that you need to go?
Uh, it'll be about, I think, about a 2-day diversion, perhaps. And I can give you some more specific details when a better moment comes. But just so you know, the fallback is maybe we're blown off course for a bit. And if any shit hits the fan, maybe it was our fault. And I'm not trying to get you to take the blame for anything or harm any of your crew. Just, there's got to be a better way to do this.
You can see that she is rattled, but relieved that someone is willing to talk about this like it is business rather than a threat. And she, boy, give me an exact destination. We can treat this as if we are charting a course. I must be so clear. Whatever we do will be recorded. There's no way that what we do is going to be off of the record. But it is not unheard of for us to take money to drop passengers off at places. That is part of what we do. Let me know when you have a specific destination. I need to speak with my crew, if that is okay.
All right. Yeah. I'll provide you with details. And yeah, sorry. That was all of a lot.
I
Yeah.
I understand. I take it all of you have been in some way oppressed by the church.
You could say that. But just the new fold.
Just the new fold.
Yeah.
I am
the
no.
hardliners.
I am just a woman trying to keep her head down and move cargo back and forth so that I can keep food on my table. If something was to happen aboard my ship, I have paid men who will fight for me, and I have paid other men who will not fight. Do I make myself very clear?
You do? This is why we want to bring you in on this. There was yeah. The best way. Keep you informed.
Wonderful. I'm going to speak to my crew.
Okay.
Yeah. That is absolutely the same vibe that she is walking away from this conversation to. You can practically feel the jitters in the air. She is not entirely sure what she is dealing with, but you see that she hurries over to Vane and begins speaking to him. What do you do?
Ruko, he throws, he throws peanuts up at the seagulls so they can catch him midair, and then sidles back down under the deck, and he scuttles down the stairs.
Perfect. Yeah, back inside at the table.
I think I either just fix things or fuck things up. I can't tell. I'm so stressed.
Well, how about if we go
Well,
somewhere private, then you tell us how it went?
True, I lost all my peanuts to seagulls.
Okay.
Okay, let's go somewhere private.
You didn't lose them to Cackles? Just patting Cackles, his lap has so many crumbs.
Seagulls are way better at this game than I am. They probably robbed you blind.
Okay. I take it we're gonna go to somewhere private. Where would that be? Is it like a tiny little room or something?
You could all bundle into somebody's room, or you could head down to the cargo area where Foster is.
Yeah, that's probably better. Include Foster, as long as that's not suspicious.
No, you guys brought your friend aboard. Branch has regularly been going down there to like pay respects to his friends. So
We're going to pay full respects to him together.
Okay.
I'm afraid we have to stand around him in the circle
Yeah.
with our heads bowed while we talk.
Well, I will say, while everyone goes down there, Branch might genuinely like sigh and be like, "Just go and talk. I'm gonna reflect for a bit, okay?"
Oh, you're part of the plan.
Yeah, and if everyone goes down there to fucking speak to Foster, it'll look suspicious. So I'll stay behind.
Honestly, the least suspicious because we're paying respects together for once.
What?
Since our friend.
Have you remember how bad his syphilis was?
Branch, real quick, give me a perception check. I forgot to do this as we moved Ruko to his scene. There was one thing that would happen as that was all going down.
Yeah. The syphilis was so bad, we have to go down there and make sure it hasn't spread.
Amazing, Branch. Carry on.
We have to pray.
Carry. I have not once succeeded a perception check in this entire game. Yeah, if everyone wants him to go down so bad, then he'll be like, fine, I'll get up. And he gets up with you guys and heads down. Sorry, just recounting everything to Foster now. Oh, did my internet die?
No, you stay.
Okay.
Alright, so am I good to blow this ship up?
Maybe don't.
We've
Not
tipped
yet.
We've tipped our hand a little bit to the captain.
Okay. I think I might have smoothed things out, maybe.
Yeah, Ruko, give me a perception check. You rolled a 28 on your diplomacy. You should at least be able to sense the results of that.
Point.
Yeah, the only thing you really walk away from that is that she is... Oh, you hear a point? Oh my god, much better. With a 25, you are able to kind of get a read on how she walked away from that conversation. Her take was, she came in there as somebody who's like, oh yeah, I'm not super happy with the way the church is going, isn't it weird? I'm not super happy with the current political climate. And was met with, yeah, we're rebels and we're thinking about doing a terrorist act aboard your ship. Are you on board? And she was like, oh, that's way over my head. Like, she was startled because that is not what she signed up for. But she did make it very clear, if that happens, her men will not fight back.
Right. And Ruko did make a point that this isn't even about the church. We're on a time mission, and we have similar goals about the undead doing naughty things out there that we need to fix. This is yeah, I don't know. You try to make a little bit of a separation there, but
Right, for sure.
I don't know if that really stuck because that
She-
was pretty terrifying.
She seems open to it. The reason she seems open to it is because it sounds like an alternative to violence aboard her ship. And she is certainly interested in an alternative to violence aboard her ship.
So she paid the Church of Ava, or whatever, these people, to watch her ship and protect it?
Correct.
So if she tells them not to attack us, they won't.
Oh boy. Theoretically, give me a society check.
I mean,
can-
they're gonna try to burn me no matter what, I would think.
Yeah.
But I
If
guess
we
I could just
say
stay
no-
dead.
Yeah, you can still remain a body. You can still have syphilis. Be a syphilitic skeleton.
Syphilis patient hero.
Yeah.
Jesus.
He's a
My
carrier.
superhero name.
This is patient zero of syphilis. It's an artifact. You say society?
Yep.
What if instead I give you
Esoteric.
esoteric?
Sure, give me esoteric, Clark.
The plus 13 instead of a minus
That
1.
a 31 is incredibly good. Any ship that is doing international business must have people from the church aboard it to watch it. She pays them because that is the
Okay.
formality, but like this is a government man. It's like how you're required to buy
Right,
your own
right,
health
right, right.
insurance. So it's not like she went out of her way to contract these mercenaries. It's like, oh, the government says I need people and I need to pay those people, so they're here.
Okay.
It's very likely that if she gave a command to not fight back against something that they viewed as a threat to national security, they're going to fight anyway.
Fair enough.
So I offered her an alternative, and she gave me some news that sometimes they do ferry people with some coin off the track to deliver us to a different location, perhaps. But the circumstances are suspicious, and might need to mitigate that. But I think there is a diplomatic route out of this. It might make it a little easier if she's not going to kill us tonight.
It's alright. It's a good thing I don't sleep.
Ah,
I mean, I'm in the clear either way. They're not gonna attack me.
Come on. The plan was. I'm starting to fucking hate that word, but we're gonna take this ship anyway. How are we gonna convince someone not to, fight back? It's better to have them think that we have more up our sleeve than she thinks. I don't want to hurt anyone on this ship either, except for the fucking, assholes. So,
Big Dragon guy probably, if we find out that he's a big player and possibly dangerous to Ruko.
yeah, that too. So, what else could we have done? She needed to know
Could've-
there was resistance. We could've-
Oh, what we could have done, that doesn't matter anymore. What's done is done. What we could have done is asked if we could just pay them to send us. Like, yeah, we could have just paid them.
So did we tell them that we're? What did we tell them?
You're gonna get a kick out of this. I explained the situation.
Branch probably just puts his head in his hands and as like Ethan fucking recounts exactly what Branch said probably.
And then Ruko will put one hand on Foster's shoulders. You got real bad syphilis, buddy.
Oh no!
I'm afraid you have. That's part of the plan now. Is you have syphilis.
You have to-
And just to recap, essentially what was told to her is a lot of us have beef with the church, and a lot of us would be very happy if the cargo on this ship didn't make it back to the mainland. Which she interpreted that as a very thinly veiled threat that something was going to happen aboard the ship.
Right. Okay,
I
so
think Ruko smoothed it over. I think.
I think so, because Ruko went back up on deck saying, like, okay, actually, we found out you're kind of cool and we are aligned on a lot of things. And we have money. And if there's a way to just divert the ship and keep us out of trouble and keep you out of trouble and get to our destination, we'll never see each other again and your crew and your cargo are safe. This is another option. But if this
Yeah, this
doesn't
is
work
great.
out, then we're falling back to the...
Yeah.
Carbo,
This is good and effective because effectively, Branch, good cop, bad cop. Her.
Yeah, you guys really did good cop, bad cop just now.
High five branch is our go-to.
The
Gotcha.
strategy worked.
Well, just keep me posted, because if it goes south, the cargo is definitely not going to survive what I have in mind.
What do you have in mind?
I love the
What?
idea that like the entire time Foster is just building like the world's most complex MacGyver trap
Right.
out of fucking cargo, and it's like the most intimidating thing anyone of us
Foster,
has ever
how
seen.
did you make a thermonuclear nuke
I gave you a rag.
with just rag and porn?
First
And a will.
And that
Survive.
chest full of explosives, I guess.
Uh, uh,
The where it left off is essentially if you want to try to buy her off, she just needs to know the exact location where you're being taken.
Yeah. I think at some point after Ruko says that, I go to talk to the captain, kind of like gesture on the map how much it would take to go here.
The middle of the ocean. Oh, that's the lighthouse.
Oh, you're aware of it.
Oh, every sailor worth their salt is aware of the lighthouses.
Oh well. I don't
Um,
exactly know the fee associated with it.
well,
So
we're
you
not
could
supposed
name
to
a price.
approach the lighthouses. There's no way we're going to do this without raising some eyes, but if the pay is high enough, I could convince
60 gold sound good?
Ooh.
60 gold is more than enough for my crew and myself. For 60 gold, I can guarantee that the ship will make it there. It will drop you off. Do you need us to wait and pick you back up?
Do we?
I don't know. That's up to you.
That's for me out of the character of the group.
Out of
I
If he's
character,
gonna
assume we
escape-
do.
out of character, the plan is go to the lighthouse to essentially open the door, but you guys still have to sail up to Liteon and take. You need a way to get to Liteon.
120 to sail a little further.
How far is a little
Maybe
further?
we can steal a boat.
Have you heard of Luteon?
Never heard of it. No.
Okay. It'll be as simple as us telling you where to go until we reach it.
How long is that supposed to take?
Do I know out of character? So
It
I'd
is
have less, yeah.
about the same distance, a little bit longer. So it's like a time and a half more. So like if you were to bump that 60 up to like 150, that would theoretically cover it by distance alone.
160.
160 gold to take you to the lighthouse, and then up northeast to Luteon.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, which is, a day and a half more.
That is a tremendous amount of money. That's an amount of money that is hard to say no to. The only asterisk that I can put on this deal
And
is-
1 copper.
and 1 copper. The only asterisk I can put on this deal is that we are not supposed to approach the lighthouse. I don't know what the guards will do. And if they order me to stop,
We'll deal with the guards. We're trying not to kill anyone, but if we must incapacitate them, you can blame us for overpowering you once we've taken them down.
you see that a shiver runs down her spine. She realizes once again that she is negotiating with terrorists. Give me a diplomacy check. Or intimidation. Either one would be appropriate here.
I assure you, let me just... My browser messed up real quick. Here we go. It's almost a 20. I'll reroll it. With a hero point, since we're almost done. It's almost 17. Rolled a 7. Yeah, 17.
I suppose it's not untrue that I'm being coerced, but I am being asked to sell out state guards.
Sell out?
You're asking for my permission to attack the guards, are you not? I know
Permission.
of the plot ahead of time. If I was to abide by what the state expects of me, I would go talk to one of them immediately and tell them your plans.
Mm-hmm.
But and
I
she kind of
understand I'm
looks.
putting you in a difficult situation, but there are lives at stake, far more than here. We are trying not to hurt anyone, at least not to kill them. But there are more lives at stake.
She looks around to make sure that nobody can directly overhear this conversation. When I get back to port, I'm going to be questioned on what happened. They will have magics that will verify what I say. I am required by my duty to my nation to immediately go inform a guard of your plan.
Understood.
When this conversation ends, I'm going to go inform a guard of your plan.
Oh, then. Oh no. I'm going to be holding you hostage. He says, and puts a gentle hand on her shoulder. It's like, so you don't have to tell them right away, and the magic will determine that I'm holding her hostage.
Let me roll a luck check real quick to see where this conversation is actually happening.
Yeah, I would have taken it somewhere private. I would have spoken it anywhere
I assume this is
in,
happening in her office.
it wouldn't be in the
most
canteen. Yeah,
likely.
the
I
office.
assume this is probably in her office, which means you have some privacy.
Yeah. You're under duress. What could you have done?
What could I have
You're
done?
worried for this. You're worried for the safety of your crew and yourself. You have a responsibility to your crew and your ship.
Yes, you're absolutely correct.
Who knows what we snuck on here? What we could have done?
Yeah. She seems to genuinely kind of be afraid. You guys keep alluding to you brought something in the cargo and have not explained what it is yet. Yeah.
It's a corpse bloated and ready to be birthed with syphilis.
True.
If you do as we ask, we will release the syphilis.
Well, then I suppose I have no choice.
And then I'm just going to take a bag of 160 coins and put it in her desk drawer and just shut it.
All right, wonderful. She stands
Visible.
up, and she has the body language of being very stiff, tremendously nervous. Her heart is racing. It is occurring to this woman who is a merchant captain who has never fought in her life. She is about to become a pivotal role in a terrorist plot. And she is negotiating with one of the terrorists. And she stands up, ready to be led somewhere. What do you do?
Yeah.
Right. It's just you in the room with her, right?
Currently.
I think so, yeah.
I'm going to just stand here for a bit. And then I'm going to reach under my coat and pull out Prickle Biscuit.
Okay.
Set Prickle Biscuit on her desk. And I'm going this is my seeing eye cat. Anything Prickle Biscuit sees, I can see. So no crazy moves, or the cat will explode.
Okay. Wonderful.
Which is not a lie. I have a scroll that'll blow up the cat.
Yeah, absolutely. She sits there.
So I can't see through his eyes. Yeah.
She sits there stiff as a board, staring at Prickle Biscuit as you get up.
I put a little can of tuna in front of Prickle Biscuit tea. And I gently shut the door and I tell everyone, okay, here's the plan now. We are going to, once we go to a private place, we are going to, where was it? Bulmora? The lighthouse. We are
Yeah,
going
the
to
Lavalier
sail.
Lighthouse, yeah.
We are not allowed to approach there, so the moment we start approaching there, the guards are going to do something. We are going to feign taking a hostile. We're going to feign a hostile action. The captain has agreed. We will try not to kill any of them. The problem is that big white elephant in the room is going to as well.
I don't think he's an elephant.
No, you're right.
I've never seen
My-
an elephant in person, but
My
usually
mistake.
I hear they're a lot bigger than that, and they got big old tusks and a big old trunk. He might have one somewhere else, but it's not on his face.
Yeah.
He's
Just
real
have
loud
them,
though.
Like swing by real close and get on a tiny boat and paddle our way. This is fine.
We have to
all
make sure the boat doesn't get away from us while we're at the lighthouse.
Well, we'll wing it then.
Well, actually, DM.
I'm also incredibly broke now.
Was A?
How much did you pay?
Yeah.
At the lighthouse, wouldn't I be able to secure transport past that point? Those are.
So the lighthouse is literally just a big old lighthouse in the middle of the ocean. Presumably there's some way to come and go, but it's not like a major port. You're not even sure if there will be other ships there. But maybe. You just don't know. You're not sure what to expect to find at the lighthouse.
That's why we're gonna have to wing it.
So yeah, perfect. So it sounds like the plan is she is going to pretend that she has been paid to simply ferry you guys over to this other destination. Presumably, at some point, the rest of the guard is going to realize that the other destination is the Aladalir Lighthouse. And when that happens, there's going to be a fuss, and then you guys are going to intervene. Sounds like that's the plan? Is that the plan?
Yeah, we're going to non-lethally take down the guards and continue.
Okay.
In order to protect the captain and the crew later on, once the captain is questioned, we will have to use force, and we're going to have to be terrorists.
All right.
We're gonna rough
that
up
way-
the Imperial guards a little bit, but we're not gonna kill anybody.
For sure.
Yeah, we're not gonna kill anyone. We're just gonna try and protect the captain's reputation.
Okay.
After all, the government is here to protect them, and they'll fail.
True.
It's another nail in the government's cross. I say government, but the monarchy.
Yeah, the theocracy. I guess also monarchy.
The theocracy. Yeah, the theocracy / monarchy's coffin.
Okay, then with that plan in place, we're going to montage a couple of days until you get to the Cape. Unless you guys have something that you would like to do along the way. It is immediately apparent to everyone that the attitude aboard the ship has changed. The captain is very stiff the entire time, almost kind of played up for effect. And you continue to sail, until eventually you reach this cape. And sure enough, when you reach this cape, the ship diverts and begins to head out into sea. And at this point, you see that there's a little bit of a conversation with some of the other guards, where she explains that there's a new heading. And actually, let's see how this goes. Oh no. Okay. So it is about the middle of the 4th day. Oh, we have an urgent hand raise from Foster. What's up?
Yeah, sorry. Once they come back and confirm that that's the new plan, I would have asked, does she know about me? Is she cool with me? Am I just pretending to be dead and you guys are dealing with the guards? What's the plan there?
She doesn't know. She doesn't know about you. You're like a surprise, just like a trump card.
So
in case-
lay low until you guys tell me you need me.
Yeah, you have a symbol.
Okay.
Yeah, we have a signal.
Okay, got it.
All right. During this conversation, as the ship begins to divert, you see that the guards immediately come over and begin to ask questions. And you can... who's up on the deck actually watching that to see when it is the right time?
Oh, okay, me.
Okay.
Oh, we
When-
have two.
Yeah, the two of you... Yeah, all three of you then can give me a perception check. Yeah, it can be as any number of you if you want. It would make sense for all of you to be there.
I
since
have
you
no
volunteered.
token on the scene.
Oh, no.
Oh, it's oh, never mind. I tried to roll a different. There we go. 20. I'd like to be standing near her, and when we're approaching, before the guards approach her, I whip out the cantrip deck and use bullhorn to increase my voice. And I start giving up this speech. Attention, crew members. We will be diverting route. Please cooperate, and everything will be fine.
The most what the
Yeah. So you see a bunch of the guards go over and start to have like a kind of business-like inquisition, and then she gives an answer that they clearly don't like, and they start shaking their heads. And then you pull out the bullhorn cantrip and announce this loudly, loud enough that Foster for sure can also hear. And at this point, at this point, you see that she is openly terrified, maybe even playing it up a little bit as an act. And she, with a shaking hand, points a finger towards all of you, and all of the guards begin to draw weapons.
Initiative.
And that is for sure going to be initiative. We probably won't get through the whole thing tonight, but we can at least get started a little bit.
Truth be told, Branch probably isn't on the deck right now, by the way.
Yeah.
He's probably stayed in his room and is like, just a little insight. He's fucking, in whatever room he's staying in, he's like quaking, fucking smoking like way more than he usually is and shit like that. Actually kind of like jittery and stuff like that, but yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let me go and make sure everybody's tokens are on the ship where they would be. Foster is downstairs.
What
Ethan
is
on
I think I have 2 tokens. I don't know if that's going to be a problem.
where's
what is
the, I see the other one.
What's an Aeaven's like weapon?
Great question. Let me double check real quick.
Preferably
Branch is in his
one-handed.
room. And Kaz is up top. For what it's worth, those of you below deck, so Branch and Foster, you hear the bullhorn speech and can react immediately and essentially get like 1 round of movement in if you would like before we roll initiative.
Since I'm in place, I want to hear if Jacques' door opens while we're here.
Great question. Yeah, give me a perception check. This is so good. You stop to listen and hear if any of the doors open, and you hear loud snoring.
Oh hell yeah! Oh hell yeah!
Oh, thank fuck! I don't want to fight him.
Initiative real quick. Dude.
To be clear, we don't want any fire spells on the ship, yeah?
Kaz has given the impression that this ship is incredibly flammable. Do with that as
Okay,
you
I'm
will.
just gonna make sure I don't bring out the breathe fire scroll. And I avoid the alchemist fires. That's fine. There we go. Imagining it's some sort of elven curve blade.
Oh, right. Yeah, I'll check that real quick. Meanwhile, still need initiative from Kaz and Foster and Nathan.
Okay. Huh. Am I not in?
It is. It is the Elven Curved Blade. You're exactly right.
Let me just check if I'm proficient in those.
A lot of dice.
I forgot to do PWL.
Guess who fucked up?
Guess who did it again and is gonna keep doing it.
Forever and ever.
Amen. Damn it, the Elven Curve Blade is two-handed, fact. They're like a smaller one.
There probably is because some of these wardens have shields. I don't know what the stats on that would be, but
I'm gonna pretend I have one of those, whatever it is.
yeah, totally fine. It's probably
some
statistically
sort
similar to a scimitar.
Yeah, scimitar. I think that was a scimitar.
Oh my god, look at those nat 20s. Okay, wonderful. The very first thing that happens when you call out on the bullhorn, and she begins to frightened point a finger in your direction, Nathan. The Suncaller, which one is this? Left or the one on the left here is going to look down in your direction, use one action to run down the stairs to get to the top right here, and use the second and third actions to cast a spear or cast a spell. Let me check and see what this is. In Serial L, you hear, halt in the name of the crown. And you watch as the air around you begins to solidify into a translucent sphere of force that tries to essentially hamster ball you. You can try to dodge out of it with a reflex save.
I'm familiar with this.
You are familiar with this.
Hey, can you bring Johari out of your bag?
I probably have her in my room, ready to leave with my bag.
Oh, okay.
22 is a success. On a success, the sphere is able to wrap itself around you, but your arm kind of presses through it as it is closing. And you push and push and push, and it is able to successfully push you back inside, but in doing so, it cracks the surface, and you can see that the sphere is very brittle. It looks like it could be broken easily. That is
I see you giving me cover.
True. That brings us to the warden, who was talking to the captain. And I believe that what the warden does is essentially dedicate all of their actions to body blocking for her. He believes that she is in danger, raises a shield, and essentially just goes into full protection mode for the captain. That brings us to the other Suncaller.
Probably should roll for her as well.
She's on there. She's just way down at the bottom.
Oh, yeah.
And the crew will essentially move on her turn.
Oh, I mean, Johari.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, if she's down in the room, I will put her on and roll for it.
Yeah, she probably heard the signal as well.
You guys had plenty of time to discuss. Do you want her to be part of this fight, or is she laying low?
You know what? I think she should lay low in my room, but stay be about so she can do something and defend herself.
Understood. She will be alert, but she will wait in the room unless needed.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Weren't we supposed to pick up the prisoners at some point during this?
Yeah, that's
During this
they're
month?
still
They would have
following us,
been here.
right?
At
They
this
are
point.
they are still following, correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you guys have been traveling about 4 days. They've fallen behind a little bit just because they're a smaller ship. But they'll catch up to you in about a day.
Okay.
Suncaller.
All this nonsense.
The other
Johari's.
Suncaller is going to also use one action to step up to the top of these stairs. And boy, he sure would love to just end this quickly, but you're scattered amongst all of the crew. So instead he's going to look to... we're going to flip a coin here. 1 for Ruko, 2 for Kaz. Looks to Ruko, and you see the same spell being cast. Ruko, there is a sphere of force that is starting to enclose you. I need a reflex saving throw.
Reflex.
Yeah, this one moves very quickly, and before you can even recognize what's going on, you hear all of the sound around you is dampened, and you feel like you're in a tiny enclosed space, because you essentially are. You're trapped inside of a invisible hamster ball just big enough to fit you. That brings it to your turn, Ruka. What would you like to do?
I think I've got cat's luck to try to skedaddle.
Oh, you sure do. That lets you reroll a reflex save.
Reroll a triggering saving throw. Use better result. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. I start hearing sound dampening. Let's see if I get stuck.
14, unfortunately, is still a failure. Same result.
Okay. What does that mean?
So you are essentially trapped inside of an invisible hamster ball. You can still do anything that you want inside of that invisible hamster ball. You just know that like it is going to block line of sight if you try to cast spells at people. You won't be able to attack through it. What is your passive Arcana? 13. You know it's probably destructible.
Okay. That's fun. I want to cast my protagonist, but I need a token for that guy. I do have Bless. I could help my friends first. Because me punching this thing would be like throwing a wet noodle at a wall.
True.
Let's see if this is even useful. It's a 15-foot emanation on targets me and my allies in the area for a minute. They get Bless. That's only if they stay near me and they need to be away from me to attack the guys.
You do also know that the hamster ball would contain it until it was broken. But if you cast it now and then somebody breaks your ball, it would instantly burst out and help your friends as soon as it's broken.
Okay. All right. Then let's I'm gonna try to hit it once. I think it's one action. Let's see.
Yeah, you can attack for a single action.
Okie doke. Let's try to strike it.
That is
You
a
did
hit.
it.
Oh,
Yeah, it's hard to miss this thing. It only has AC 5.
Sorry, my bad. Didn't mean to click that.
You're good.
Hardness 10, though, right? Or
Yeah, so
something?
the unfortunate thing, it's very easy to hit, but it is resilient against damage. You bang into it for 5 points of damage, and the hardness of the sphere just boom, 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 it seems to absorb it entirely. Not enough damage to break it.
great. All right. I want to do something evil.
What you got?
Well, I don't know. I kind of just wanted to summon some corrupted spirit of the dead to go and yoink him right off the edge of the ship because he's so close. I don't know if that's possible. I can't cast. All right, so I'm just gonna drown myself in feeling blessed. I'm stuck here for the rest of the combat. I don't have anything to break this actually.
Give
Not that I know of.
give me a occultism check.
Okie dokie.
So you get the vibe after you've hit this thing once that the best way to break it would be one really big hit instead of a small hit. And you do have a spell that is very good at doing one really big hit, which is your Inner Radiance Torrent that you charge up and fire like a laser beam. And the nice thing about that too is that it is a line. So theoretically, if it does enough damage to break the hamster ball, it would continue and hit things beyond it as well.
Okay. And now that's very flamey, and also it will murder. Right?
It sure will. It does
Radiant.
it does a whole lot of radiant damage.
Good thing we're very good medics.
A percussive impact. Yikes. Yeah. Fuck. I suck. Animated assault. Click, 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 click. Well, targets one creature. God damn it!
For the
That's
record,
back
anything
off.
that says it targets a creature can probably be used to target an object as well. The default in PF2 spells is to say you target creatures, but the DM is allowed to just say, yeah, that would work on an object. So it depends on what you're doing, but it
Okay.
probably would.
Okay. What about phase bolt?
Phase Bolt can absolutely attack an object with it. Oh, right. Phase Bolt is perfect. Phase Bolt ignores cover.
Okay.
That's the whole point of
Okay.
Phase Bolt. Yeah, you can shoot Phase Bolt
Thank
through a
goodness.
hamster ball. Yeah.
You know?
Oh, you're safe now.
Yeah,
Stay
you've been
there,
given a
so-
free
That's what I'm
shield to just
wondering,
yeah. There we go. We're learning. New system.
All right, who cast it at me? Was it this guy?
It's the one on the right. This guy over here. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna bonk it, scream soundlessly, and then phase bolt him.
Yeah, absolutely. This totally ignores all bonuses from cover. The bolt appears in your hand for just a split of a moment. Phases
Minus
out to
5.
go through the ball. Or the ball. What's the -5 from? Oh, right, because of the ball.
He punched. Yeah.
Either way, 11 is not quite high enough anyway, but you do see that the proof of concept works. The phase bolt reappears on the other side of the hamster ball. You just got to line up your shot a little bit better. This plan can work.
Okay.
That is
my turn.
3 actions. Oh, perfect. Wonderful. If you want, and I'll leave this up to you, your current spirit reading, your Avoid Dire Fate, is for a strike. You can use your reaction to re-roll that if you'd like. Oh, actually, it's not even a
nice.
re-roll. As a reaction, you turn a failure into a success. So you can just choose to make that hit if you want.
Oh, yes.
Perfect. So you consume your Dire Fate, and that becomes a hit. Roll damage.
What a time.
What a time. New system. Who this? 12 points of piercing damage as this bolt reappears on the other side of the hamster ball. And the Suncaller has the sudden realization that he has given you a shield. That does not impede your ability to fire lasers back. As this bolt sinks into his shoulder and he kind of reels back against the railing. That is your turn. That brings us to Ethan.
Rick was doing a gesture like, come on, just lean a little further. Fall.
Yeah. I'm just going to gently tap the little glass thing.
Boom, boom.
And then he's going to shift the scimitar into a sledgehammer.
Oh, hell yeah.
And then he's going to just point
Cool.
at the sun collar. And his first action is going to esoteric lore. I don't know if that's a 20. Might be enough. For the
That
sun collar?
is just high enough. Yep.
Yeah, 4. So I now have their weakness. And if they don't have a weakness, they'll take... Hold on. Exploit vulnerability.
Personal antithesis.
Yeah, they take a personal antithesis. Which at this level is 2 plus half a level? It's 7 extra damage for my hits.
Excellent. Wonderful.
But
you do also get their lowest save, I think. Is that correct?
I can... Well, I decide. And I
Got
guess I'll find out their lowest save.
Yeah, you do find no weaknesses here, but the lowest save is reflex.
Fair enough. They're not very agile. I am then going to take 2 attacks by using this with 1 action. Overwhelming combination.
Excellent.
This combines
Combined to
the
overcome the
attack,
hardness.
yeah.
Got it. And I believe you
Yeah.
ignore hardness 3 because of the sledgehammer anyway.
Yep.
So effectively hardness 7. Good luck.
Here we go. Let me pull out the sledgehammer. Fucking, I have so many weapon variants. So here's sledgehammer. We ignore the crit.
Oh my god. Oh, right,
My
you do
God,
ignore the crit.
it's
What a
so
shame, though.
waste. It's so. I'm so mad. Anyway,
What a waste.
here's the damage.
And then we add the second one. You're currently 1 point off.
So minus ignoring 3.
Correct.
Yeah, and then unarmed. Where the fuck?
You essentially just need 1 point here because it combines for the purpose of resistance.
Yeah, sorry, it has the wrong.
So don't
Here we
not
go.
one. Oh, plenty.
We combine them for that.
Beautiful. 24 minus 7 goes down to 17 points, which is plenty more than enough to shatter this orb. So as quickly as it goes up, the hamster ball breaks, clatters on the wood around you, and you are free.
Yeah. He smacks it with the sledgehammer and then flicks it and shatters around him, and then he just kind of strides up in front of this person.
Excellent.
And that's his turn.
Perfect. Wonderful. Oh my god, is Overwhelming Combination a single action?
Yep. It's like a flurry of blows.
Amazing. That brings us to Foster. Foster, you have heard the action started. You can essentially have one free round of movement if you would like on top of your turn.
Okay. I think my role here is to kind of not get seen, because they don't know that I'm down here. I will use my free movement, I guess, to just shimmy to the bottom of the stairs and just keep, like, I guess, a better ear/eye out.
Wonderful. Excellent.
Okay, and then for my actual turn, I'm going to start with this. I'm going to go into Ildwode's senses. I've been having her stick close to Ruko.
Perfect.
Is she caught in the hamster ball?
Great question. I guess, we'll do a little bit of a luck check and a little bit of reflex. I'm going to first flip a coin. On a 2, she's just safe by virtue of being far enough away. On a 1, she will need to make a reflex save. So, that's a 2. She was far enough away that she is not caught.
Thank God. I'm sorry, I should probably put her on the map. 1 second.
Let's see, Ildwode. There we go, she's down there now. Oh, you got it.
Okay, so that's my first action. With my second action, I will give Ildwode her 2 actions.
Perfect.
And then let me read how this works. Measure, measure, measure. Okay, perfect. She doesn't even have to move. So Ildwode will like turn sideways and start like kind of hissing, and then she'll like bounce back and forth for a second, and she jumps up in the air like she's getting ready to pounce. But in the air, she kind of unravels a little bit and turns into like moss and vines and leaves. And she is going to use Stitching Strike on the sun collar that Ethan is attacking.
Jesus. 8d6 slashing on a reflex save. On a failure,
And d6 because we're level 9.
Oh my god. Oh my god. And on a failure, they become immobilized for a round. Then reforms the original square. Jesus Christ. Okay. Here we go. Basic reflex save. That is a failure. So that is full damage and immobilized.
Oh wait, it's 86. It already added the level 9 stuff.
I was going to say, I think it's already built in there.
Damn.
Yeah, Ildwode kind of comes up out of nowhere, bursts into moss and vines that just begin whipping and tearing through the air, wrapping themselves around this sun collar. You see the golden staff is bound tight against his chest. His hand is kind of awkwardly trying to cling to it as he wrestles against all of it. 21 points of slashing damage. He calls out in pain like he's just gotten snared in barbed wire. I believe that's all 3 actions.
That is 2 actions from Ildwode. She is independent, so I will have her, if she's small enough, just kind of like disappear in the crowd.
I think independent action only happens if you don't manually give her 2 actions.
Oh, you know what? You're right. Sorry, I totally just read that. And let me see if there's anything I can do with my 3rd action.
Got it.
I don't think there is, actually.
So you mentioned at the start of it that one of the reasons you were getting closer is to take a better listen to the action. If you want, you can use your 3rd action to give me a perception check.
Oh, okay, sweet. I would love to. Basically just listening for, like, if it gets bad enough that I think I need to, like, just pop out and get over it. Okay, well.
Wonderful, perfect. That one, nothing immediately stands out. That brings us to Brand.
They got it. I suppose I'm looking through Ildwode's senses anyway, but...
True.
So I've already used my perception to see, like, I've already used my perception to, like, he's snoring, and there isn't much other ruckus aside from like some scared people.
Yeah, seems like it so far.
All right. I'm gonna come out of my room still disguised, and feel free to tell me to fuck off with this, but I should have said this earlier. How much movement would it take to go downstairs and grab something?
From like from Foster's coffin.
Yeah, or just the cargo room in general.
Great question. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 110,
Yeah, okay.
120, 120 feet down.
Which is not like there's no amount of movement, or I get free movement on this turn, right?
Yeah, you get
90
one round of
per-
free movement.
Okay.
And you're a
I
swashbuckler.
forget
I think your speed is higher.
that. Is it?
And you have panache.
I believe that's
When I have
true.
panache. Okay.
Yeah, your base is 35, and that goes to 40 if you have panache. So, like, for one round, you can get down there and have enough left over to, like, grab one thing from the coffin. And then your turn would begin.
I want to go downstairs and get a sunburst onion with my free movement, I guess.
Excellent. Then you are down below deck.
Staying down here for now.
And until I hear otherwise, seems like it might make things a lot harder. She's dealing with terrorists and zombies.
Good on you. It'll be over soon anyway. And I'll just get it. And as I probably not enough to. Actually, this might be like some dramatic timing. Once I reach, I'll probably have enough to like get to like barely the top of the top deck, right?
Heading back up, if you take out, so 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, if you make that go instead, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, it would get you to the kitchen, essentially. If you use your whole turn dedicated to movement, you would end up here.
Where? And if I had panache, which increases my shit.
That is with panache.
With panache? Oh, okay.
Which I assume we should make this official. I assume at some point you do an acrobatics thing over the stairwell or something to get panache.
Yeah, at some point, Branch drops the disguise and like, almost like intimidatingly, like fucking, gets his arm ready essentially to and brings the flame out and like holds it close to the onion, who at least some people on the ship probably know what it's fucking capable of.
For sure.
Yes. And I can just roll acrobatics for that.
Yeah, go and get me acrobatics.
Yeah.
We'll find out. So either way, you have it long enough to move, but we'll find out if you have it through the whole round or not here.
I get you. Okay.
Yes, perfect. You succeed flawlessly. You have your full panache for the full round.
Hell yeah. I guess that's my turn. I for like character shit, he'll just like look to any crew member. He's dropped those guys at this point and look to any crew member who's like downstairs and just do like the shing movement as he like continues upstairs.
Perfect. Excellent. That brings us to Kaz on deck.
Kaz on deck.
Cats on Deck is the name of my new podcast I'm hosting every Thursday afternoon at 3:45 p.m.
Hell yeah.
How does remind me again how a burst works?
It's
Sweet life of
essentially
Kaz
just a
and
spherical
Cackles.
AoE.
So a 15-foot burst from like this spot would definitely hit Ethan too.
Almost certainly. Let's see, 15 foot.
It would also hit the captain.
Yeah, this is a 15-foot burst.
Oh boy.
It would be very hard to not hit Ethan if you're trying to avoid the captain. In fact, I think it. Yeah, so you could do it like this to avoid Ethan, or you could do it like this to avoid the captain. But there's no way you're getting both.
Yeah, I don't really want to hit either of them. Is the thing. So Instead, I think I'm gonna use my first action to just kind of not actually step up because that's an action,
It
but
sure
like
is.
turn to face these two sun collars and like really like puff my chest out and make a point like, oh yep, we're taking over this ship now. Shit's going down.
Hell yeah.
And as I do that, I'll kind of like reach toward my hip and pull out my deck of cards and just really like bridge a bunch of them between both of my hands. I'm gonna try to. I'm gonna try to make it. I guess just like roll a deception check to make it look like I am just like doing card tricks and pulling out like a bunch of cards at once. But the deception is that I'm actually just drawing two. Like one into each hand that are like the dagger feign cards.
Got it.
So that's like the deception that I'm trying to roll to get panache,
To get
and
panache,
then I'm going to fling some of these cards at these assholes.
Perfect. So first action is essentially a feint to make it look like you are just drawing cards. Go ahead and give me a deception check.
Chablis.
Shablam. That is a
was almost a
fail.
14.
It was almost a 14. Unfortunately, 11 is a fail, but with the new rules, you still have panache till the end of the round from that. Just it doesn't last the whole round. Or until the end of your current turn.
Right.
That's your first action?
Yep.
I don't know why I did that. I don't have panache on my ranged card attacks anyway. Seeing that it didn't work, I'll still kind of like play into that. I'll be like, oh, not a fan of card tricks, are you? And then I'll make it look like I'm just gonna toss the card over my shoulder, but I'm gonna whip it at the other guy in front of Ethan instead.
Hell yeah.
So here's a card attack on heal. Shot.
Ooh! Ooh! That is a hit. The card whips through the air, embeds somewhere around his arm. Uh, 12 points of piercing damage is embed.
And then with my last action, really just continuing with all of the misleads of all of the hand motions I'm doing as I kind of like drop my hands back to my waist again to make it look like I'm pocketing the cards that aren't actually in my hand still. I'm actually going to pull out my sword, and I'm going to shoot the guy that I was originally trying to trick.
Hell yeah.
With my sword gun.
That one unfortunately goes wide, mostly just because the ship rocks a bunch.
Critical miss.
Critical miss. He has no way to take advantage of that.
We have a hero point, right?
If you haven't used it. Yeah, you got your second.
If you
Yeah.
didn't use any.
I want to use one of them on that. I can do better than a critical miss.
Perfect, I believe it.
You have a -1. Oh, it's the range penalty.
Yeah. That is a hit, though. Nicely done. There's a crack of gunpowder. A shot flies across the deck. Nails him in the thigh for 10 points of piercing damage. And that, I believe, is all three actions.
Yeah, I did more damage with a playing card than a gun.
Sure did. HP is kind of an abstraction.
I know, it's just like this is why I'm playing a swashbuckler, not a gunslinger.
Hell yeah. Alright, wonderful, wonderful. This brings us to one of the wardens, who is going to use one action to run. Another action, 10, 20, down the stairs for 30. To get right up to Cap. And the very first thing that he's going to try to do is disarm the gun.
That's the dangerous thing. Yeah, the gun.
This is an athletics check against your reflex DC. So here we go. I don't know what your reflex DC is, but that is a natural 20. Critical success. You knock the item out of the target's grasp. It falls to the ground in the target's space. Oh man, I As a DM,
Hey, careful with that. It's bespoke.
as a DM, I understand that what I'm about to do is incredibly cruel, but it is also exactly what this NPC would do. With his second action, as the gun falls to the ground in this space, he kicks it overboard.
Motherfucker,
Is that
if you don't
is
give
that
me
an
some...
item interaction?
It's going to take a full action to do so, and I will give you a chance to save on this. If you
Yeah,
want...
is a disarm also a manipulate action?
Oh,
No.
good question.
Disarm is an
not?
attack.
Oh, yeah, it is just the attack trait. However,
That's stupid.
kicking the item is for sure an item interaction. Let me see if that is
Yeah,
manipulate.
that triggers usually. An item interaction is usually a manipulate. Even the
You
free
get to
action one.
interact. Yes, correct. This is an interact action, which has the manipulate trait, so this does trigger an opportunity attack.
Punch him for it.
And you said because I failed on the... Does Panache fade at the end of my turn, or...
Ooh,
Yeah.
great question. I think it is at the end of your current turn, but I'll go double check that real quick. Panache. Single action on trivial DC. But no coming to the counters for counter against you lose them. Here we go. If you fail, but not critically fail, you gain panache, but only until the end of your next turn. Got it. So it actually is up until the end of your next turn, even on a failure.
Okay.
Yep. you're good.
Then I don't think it would have made that attack I had to re-roll a hit, but it would have done a little bit more precision damage. I didn't actually give myself panache when I got it.
Gotcha. I'll go double check. I think it's like 4 points, 2 points. I'll check.
Here, just put it on myself.
9th level. So yeah, that would be 4 total. I'll fix it.
Okay, but that does make this important. He did an interact thing.
He sure does.
I'm going to use my attack of opportunity. I really hope this is a critical strike, but even if it isn't, because I still have panache, I'm going to make it a stunning finisher.
Oh, good call.
Don't try to take my fucking weapon, you dick ass.
Oh, you have a hero point?
Yeah, I'm using my other hero point.
Good luck.
God damn it.
Oh.
Unfortunately, that is a miss. The action does go on, and you watch the gun tumble overboard.
Does it land on the lifeboat?
Oh man. You know what? Give me a luck check. You want high?
Hey.
Lucky son of a bitch. You watch with horror as your masterpiece, your weapon, tumbles overboard, and you hear in your mind when it should have gone into the water, it instead goes thunk. It is caught on this little wooden cannonade board, wedged in, precariously. It looks like it could be a problem at any second. But before you can deal with that, this guy still has the third action he's going to use with map. He pulls out his sword with 2 hands and is going to swing it at you. That is a hit.
Well, a question first. Was it an action to kick the sword?
It was, yeah.
To kick the gun,
Yes.
rather?
Oh, yeah, he had to run. You're right. That is his third action. He does not get this attack.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. That is the end of his turn. We're going to mark Kaz's gun.
It's right there.
You absolute
Right there.
motherfucker.
I know.
It's right there.
That's not just my gun, that's my gun blade.
True.
Oh.
There you go. Your gun blade is down there. That brings us to the
Good
other
luck.
ward. I'm going to use
I
one.
like to think it's sticking blade down.
Yeah, I do love
That'd
that.
be cool.
10, 20, 30. Wait, 10, 20, 30. Oh, it's not quite enough to get to Ruko.
They're gonna attack the ferret.
No, they understand the concept of a familiar, especially after it just cast magic. Yeah, you know what? Actually, I think that is what has done the most damage so far is Yieldwoe. So yeah, he's going to draw his blade and take a two-handed swipe at Yieldwoe.
She hisses.
What a dick ass.
21 is a hit. For... Oh my god, max damage. 15 points of slashing?
God.
Amazing.
I know familiars have some health in this. Oh my god, she actually has
Oh my
considerable
Barely
health.
even touched. Yeah.
God damn, which is good. Second attack with
Which
Matt.
is good.
Which is good. Oh no, healed round!
Ruh-roh.
Stop bullying.
Bro, max damage again. 30 points.
Why are you
Guess who's
bullying?
still up?
Oh shit. One more time, map 10.
Wait, what do you mean another one?
Oh wait,
he
just
moved.
kidding. He moved, you're right. Would have been missing.
Cover your ass. Cover your
Thank you for the
ass.
reminder, though. I keep forgetting that movement is an action. That brings us to Amy and the crew. Who essentially all just, like, put up their hand or make a show of, like, running for weapon. None of them actually participate in the fight yet. They are all just kind of scrambling in a panic. Including Amy, who backs into a corner over here. The crew here kind of moves up this way. Vane moves over this way. That is the bottom of the round. It is well after midnight. We will probably wrap up here and pick up on the fight next time.
We can't
man.
go a little further because we started late. I really want to get to my next turn.
I want my gun back, and I have a cool way of doing it.
If you guys want to keep going, you can keep going. Foster feels like their best move is to not get caught right now, and Yieldwoe can't do anything.
Yeah.
She blew her load. She can't do anything for 10 minutes. So
We'll go and wrap. We do also have company over, and I want to make sure, not abandon them the entire time. So
How dare you be a courteous host?
I know it's crazy.
How dare you have company?
How dare you not just be a shut-in D&D gremlin hermit like me?
Imagine. No, I totally am.
Interacting with people in person, letting other people into your house?
All right, with that, we'll wrap up here.
Next
and pick
week
up
we're other group, right?
Yeah, the next couple of weeks will be the other group because
Oh my
I
God.
am a terrible human
No,
being
we're gonna
and
continue.
waited until the last second to do my taxes.
Goodbye.
You guys will be back soon.
My magnum opus is going to be stuck there in the side of a ship for
3
weeks.
Yeah, that is correct.
At least it looks cool. Stuck there on the little cannon.
I'm in a hamster ball. I can't breathe for 3 weeks. Oh god!
You're gonna be fine. You'll be
You're
okay.
gonna throw me in the water. I'm gonna bob away like a buoy. My doom.
Wilson!
Sorry.
I can't believe that guy disarmed me.
Hell yeah,
Yeah,
dude.
I
can't believe that
Who
nerd.
does?
What narc? What absolute like?
All three of them went for like disarming things or neutralizing things rather than just tossing a fireball out. Maybe.
Oh, don't you worry. That's gonna be a thing soon.
now
Yeah.
wait just a second. They all went to disarm until they got to the fucking
Oh,
timer,
true.
and then they
And they immediately went bloodlust.
Eastward of Eden, where the clouds meet the dirt, we left our poor mother and seeded the earth. Gates they were shuttered, the latches were locked. Oh, eastward of Eden, where men become gods. Though our people, we toiled as one, the fruits of our labors thrived under the sun. Our children they spread to outnumber the stars. So eastward of Eden, where day turns to dark. Watered our forests with fire and flood, and fed our own egos with our brothers' blood. We starved every ocean till they ate up our shores. Oh, eastward of Eden, where we always want more. Our towers they rose up and set with the sun. Our servants they burnt us with fiery tongue. We run our wings of metal, surprised when we fell. Eastward of Eden, where heavens are hell. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all Eastward of Eden, where the dust meets the dirt, we murdered our mother and strangled the earth. Forgive us, oh mama, whose face we forgot. Oh, eastward of Eden, where men become gods. Eastward